Good morning, everyone! Welcome back to Taisho X Alice. Well, no, technically not back, because this is like the second game and the second episode, so technically it's a different game, but of the same series. I still don't understand why they decided that it's a good idea to just play half and half, like make the games in separate episodes. I think it's stupid. I think they're just trying to get more money out of it, but oh well. But yeah, anyways, welcome back. Today we will be doing Gretel's route, which is the blue-haired boy at the bottom. I was excited for it because Gretel was a really funny character when I was doing Cinderella's route, but apparently he sucks. But yeah, we'll see. I'm so curious on how I would like him. But yeah, let's go. Suddenly, you find yourself lost in a world of darkness. Where am I? I keep walking and walking, but I can't seem to find a single exit. It's so dark, I can't see a thing. I can't even tell how far I've walked or how much time has passed. No matter where you go, the scenery around you remains static and unchanging. It's like the darkness has consumed everything, all sense of direction, even the very concept of time itself. Were you to stand... I feel like this is a lot like the opening in episode 1. I wonder if they'll change anything. Were you to stand perfectly still and hold your breath, the only sound would be that of your own heartbeat. What am I doing here? Who am I? You can't remember a thing. Not even your own name. I can't remember anything. Alone in the dark, fear and loneliness overwhelms you. Hello? Is anyone there? If you're there, say something, please. No one's here. Wait, sorry. I think the sound might be a little too loud. There we go. Was I always alone, or did I lose someone along the way? I don't know. I don't know anything. You soon grow tired of walking, but something spurs you forward in spite of yourself. Maybe I'll find something just up ahead. Your morale is in tatters, and your legs are threatening to give out, but you press on regardless. Ah! What on earth? Out of nowhere, something seizes you by the leg, threatening to pull you down into its inky depths. No! Wait. You struggle with all your might, refusing to let the shadow swallow you up. It's still kinda loud. No. I guess. With no way to tell left from right, you run blindly forward. And then, after an impalpable length of time, you meet a young man.
君は
Alice! A young man with golden blonde hair and pretty blue eyes. And his name is... I finally found you!
バカめそうは問屋がおろさんぞ
Uh-huh. Oh, I fell flat on my face.
自業自得だバカ者急に飛びかかるなんて君は変態か変質者か僕がそのまま君を受け止めると思ったか
Yes?
バカめ僕がそんなことするわけないだろ
So, who are you? What are you doing here? Do you know where we are?
突然現れたと思ったら勝手に飛びついてきて勝手にすっ転んで勝手に質問とは随分と身勝手なんだないっそ感動を覚えるほどだ
Tell me, what's your name?
君は本当に人の話を聞かないんだな旋律が走ったぞ名前を尋ねる前にまずは自分から名乗ったらどうだそれが最低限の礼儀というやつだろう
Oh, good point. Sorry, the thing is, I don't remember what my name is, or even what I'm doing here.
つまり記憶喪失だと
Most likely, yes. I've been trying to remember, but for some reason, I just can't. It almost like I'm not myself. Everything's so fuzzy. That's all you have to say?
僕は記憶喪失かと聞いただけだ。君が身勝手に語り出した自身の状況から推察したに過ぎない。いわば条件反射であり、ただのレスポンスであり、社交辞令であり、そこに君への深い興味も、ましてや君への同情心なんてものは1ミクロンも、1ミリミクロンも存在しない。
A millimicron? So 1 billionth of a meter? Like a nanometer?
そうそう、現在は原則としてミクロンもミリミクロンも使われないらしいな。
Did they?
そんなことはどうだっていいんだよ。
Alright, I wanted to know who you are and what your name is.
君と話していると疲れるんだがね。
Bruh.
大体なぜ君はそんなに僕のことを知りたがる？普通は他人のことより、まずは自分のことを知りたいと思うんじゃないのか？記憶喪失なんだろ？
Well, yes, but look, I spent all that time wandering alone in the dark, and now I finally found you. If I had to choose, I'd rather learn about you.
自分の名前もわからないくせに、出会ったばかりの他人に名前を求めるのか。変わっているな。
You think so?
ああ、変わっている。変だ。おかしい。頭がイカれてるとしか思えない。
One corn dog shy of a picnic? What the fuck is that? I've never seen that expression being used at all. Am I really that strange? Oh, I know. In that case, how about you choose a name for me?
やっぱり話が通じない。なぜ今の会話でそんな風に飛躍した考えに至るのか。頭が良くて顔が良くて論理的な僕にはさっぱりわからん。
Is that so? You really love stroking your own ego, don't you?
気のせいだ。
Okay, well, you said it's odd for me to ask a stranger his name when I don't even know my own. But I can't remember it, and you're the only other person here. And on top of that, you want me to introduce myself first. So if you choose my name for me, I'll have a name I can introduce myself with. It's like killing two birds with one stone.
思わん。以上だ。
Oh, come on.
何がだ。自分の期待に相手が応えなかったからといって非難するような反応をされるのが一番尺に触るんだ。
Okay, I'm sorry.
アリスだ。やれやれ。随分な間抜け面だな。せっかく人が名乗ってやったというのに。ちなみにアリスダ君などといったつまらんボケをかましたらぶん殴ってやるから覚悟しておけ。
Alice?
なんだアリス。
Wait, what?
鈍いな。君の名前に決まっているだろう。
So I'm Arisu?
だからそう言ってるだろう。
And you're Alice.
そうだな。
Yay, twinsies! Wait, I'm kind of confused. I'm kind of curious. Like, how does what he say differ from like the Arisu and Alice? How? Because Arisu is just a Japanese way of saying Alice, right?
アリス、アリス。
Ah, it's Aris. And then we're Arisu. Ah.
なんだに、だからそう言ってるだろう。
And you're Alice.
そうだな。
Yay, twinsies!
頭のネジがかっ飛んだ緩い発言&反応をどうもありがとう。
Why do we have such similar names? Wait, do you know me?
知るわけないだろう。
Then how?
つまりはだ。僕も覚えていない。
Babes. You don't remember anything?
そうだ。君はここがどこなのか、どうしてここにいるのか僕に尋ねたが、これで僕がすぐに答えなかった意味が分かっただろう。僕はわざと答えなかったわけではなく、答えられなかったから答えなかった。まあ、それとは別に、君の態度が僕を苛立たせたという理由もあるにはあるのだがな。少しは自重したまえ。 僕は気づくとここにいた。気づくと記憶がなかった。特に支障はなかったので、ここでのんびりしていたら君が現れた。君が置かれた状況とさほど変わりない。ただ、僕は君と違ってアリスという名前を覚えている。
So all you remember is your name?
少し違うな。そもそもアリスという言葉が名前を示すものかどうか、その対象が僕であるのかすら疑わしい。大体アリスというのは女性の名前であって、男である僕がアリスという名前なのもおかしいだろう。
Alpha male, huh? But that's all you remember, huh?
そうだ。それ以外覚えていないわけだしな。第一、君がここに現れ、僕の名前を求めなければ、僕には名前など必要なかった。君が現れなかったら、僕もアリスではなかったということさ。というわけだ。これだけ説明してやったんだ。これでなぜ自分がアリスなのか、そのパッパラパーでアーパーの頭でも少しは理解できただろ、スカポンタン。
What are you saying? Maybe we knew each other before we lost our memories, and there's a chance either Alice or Arisu is actually my name?
そうだ。
You really think we knew each other?
僕が知るわけないだろ。
Right, silly me. You wouldn't remember. So, since we're not sure which one is which, I'll be Arisu and you'll be Alice. Okay then, nice to meet you, Alice.
何さらっと冒険の仲間になった的なセリフを吐いてる。僕は君と行動する気は緑虫の弁毛ほどもない。
What is that? 1/10 of a millimeter? That's a lot bigger than the millimicrons from earlier.
ち、無駄に博学だな。その知識を空気を読むという部分に生かしたらどうだ。
So, what's your next move, Alice?
どうするもこうするも別にどうするつもりもない。君はそんなことを聞いてどうするつもりだ？まあ能天気な君のことだからここから出たいと思ってるんだろうが、無理無理、やめとけ。どうせ僕たちはここから出られやしない。
What makes you assume that?
無理だからだ。論より証拠というがそんなものはない。強いて言えば第六感だろうな。君こそなぜここから出たいと思う？今までの君の言い分から察するに、君はここから出たいんだろ？
I suppose you're right. I do want to get out of here. I may not have my memories, but I can tell I'm not meant to be here. I mean, why else would the darkness try to swallow me earlier?
闇か。
Yeah, before we met up, I was searching for an exit when it grabbed my leg out of nowhere. I thought it was going to swallow me up. Come to think of it.
なんだ？ようやく自分のバカさ加減に気がついたか？
Meanie. How is it that I'm able to see so clearly when it's pitch black in here? Isn't that kind of strange?
一つ気づいたようだな。利口には程遠いが、それでもまあ進歩には違いない。小さな小さな、僕にとっては取るに足らない一歩なわけだが。
Are you saying you already have it figured out?
当たり前だろ。僕を誰だと思っている？
An asshole!
よし、殴ろう。
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. It was just a joke. You're a kind, sweet, and caring person. So how does it work anyway? We're not glowing or anything, are we? In this darkness, normally we'd only see each other as shadowy silhouettes, but to me, you look the same as you would under ordinary daylight. Oh, I know. What about me? Can you see me?
やはり君はバカだな。困ったちゃん。見えているから話しているんだろう。それとも何か僕が霊感美少年で幽霊と話しているとでも？それとも僕が頭のかわいそうな人間で何もない宙に向かってブツブツと喋っているとでも？そんなことあるわけないだろ。とは断言できないが、僕の教示的な意味でも否定しておく。ちなみに エア友達という趣味もないからな。だいたいそんなに気になるのなら自分で確かめてみればいいだろう。その目は飾りか。
Right, I can't be a ghost. I have hands and feet and everything. Ew, that's a relief.
話がそれた。先ほどの話題に戻るぞ。君はここにいてはいけない。なぜなら、自分がこの暗闇に同化してしまうのではないかと思っているからだ。
Right. No, not really. It's just a gut feeling. The same way you know we're trapped.
君が言う闇がどんなものかはわからないが、ファンタジー世界よろしく、闇が君を襲ったというのなら、僕はどうなる？僕はずっとこの場に留まっているが、君と違って何ともない。それはどういう理屈だ？
I'm not sure I can. All I know is that there must be a reason it tried to devour me. Though I don't know if it was seeking me specifically, or if I just happened to pass by or what. The only other alternative I can think of is, what if the darkness wasn't attacking me, but rather my body was attempting to assimilate itself?
闇に取り込まれたらどうなる？
I'm not sure. I think maybe I'd disappear, cease to exist, something like that.
そうか。なら少し質問を変えよう。君はなぜ自分が記憶喪失なのかわかるか？
I don't know.
君は記憶を取り戻したいか？
Maybe? No, I definitely want my memory back.
君が君でなくなっても？
What do you mean?
君は今記憶を失っている。今までどんな環境で育ってきたのか、何を目標にしていたのか、何もかも覚えていない。いわば無の状態だ。ちなみに人間としての人格形成は遺伝の影響も多少はあるが、環境によるところが大きいだろう。つまり、自分という存在は今までの経験や体験が作り上げたものであるということだ。そして、その置かれていた環境が一変した状態が今の君だ。つまり君は本質的には君であっても、現象的には今までの君ではない。記憶を取り戻すということは、眠っていたもう一人の自分を呼び覚ますということだ。君は自分が良き人間だったと思うか？とんでもない悪人だったという可能性は否定できないはずだ。なぜなら、君には確固たる記憶がないんだからな。君は記憶を取り戻すとして、そんな自分自身を、過去を、罪を、受け入れる覚悟はあるのか？
Yeah, I am. No matter what mistakes she made, no matter who she is, she's still me.
それは随分と殊勝なことだ。だが、君がもしも今までの君を受け入れたとしても、今までの君が新しい君を受け入れるかどうかはわからない。君がこの先経験していくこと、肯定したもの、拒絶したもの、すべてを昔の君が否定したらどうする？
I don't know. If she despises me, what does that mean for me?
自分自身の消失を意味するのだろう。つまりは、どちらかが消える。
So, no different from if I were assimilated into the darkness?
そうだ。
To be honest, this is all very complicated, and I don't quite get it. But I can tell that you're worried about me. Thank you.
はぁ？
His voice. You're a sweet, kind-hearted person. I'm sure you don't want me to disappear. Think about it. Everything you just said makes it crystal clear you don't want to see me go.
君の花畑な考えにはほとほと呆れるな。僕は君が消えても悲しむことはない。なぜなら、この世界は夢なのだからな。
Is that so? A dream? Is that even possible?
そうだ。僕に記憶はないが、それでも本能的に、本質的にこの世界は現実ではないということはわかる。ならば、この世界は何かと考えた際、一番現実的な答えが夢の中だ。君は闇に飲み込まれそうになったと言ったが、闇は闇だ。意志なんてあるわけがない。本当に闇に意志や目的があるとするのならば、それは闇っぽい何かであって闇ではない。
Mm-hmm.
では、なぜ君は闇に襲われたなどと妄言を吐いたのか。安心しろ。妄言とは言ったが、別に君が嘘をついたとは思ってはいない。僕はあくまでも現実的に、理論的に君の意見を否定しているに過ぎない。だがこれが夢だとしたら、全てが肯定される。なぜならば夢だからだ。この世界が夢の中だと仮定すると正直何でもありだ。夢ならば闇っぽい何かに襲われようが、幽霊ツチノコネッシーなどといったいわゆる創作上の生物に襲われようが何ら不思議ではない。現実も理論もクソくらいだ。以上、僕がこの世界が夢であると思うゆえんだ。何か質問は？っておい、いきなりブサイクな面をしてどうした？僕を笑わす気か？
I figured if I pinched my cheek, I'd know if it was a dream or not.
そうかそうか。なら僕も加勢してやろう。
おい。Alice! Ow, that hurts! I think?
君は原始痛という言葉を知っているか？怪我や病気によって四肢を切断した後、あるはずもない手や足が痛む症状だそうだ。詳しい原因は分かっていないそうだが、体に受けたダメージだけが痛みとして知覚されるわけではないということだ。夢で色を認識しているのはなぜだ？時にはうまいものを食べて、味や匂いといった感覚を夢の中で得たことはないか？別にありえないことはない。それは僕が知っているからだ。記憶しているからだ。自分の蓄えられた記憶、その神経回路の発火が夢だ。したがって、夢とは自分の記憶の断片の再現、再構成と言える。夢に登場する人物や場所は、ほとんどの場合、脳のどこかに記憶されたものだ。知らないものは夢でもどうにもならないが、過去に経験したものを元にして脳が勝手に作り出すことだって可能だろう。もしくはこういう捉え方もできる。例えば夢で落ちる夢を見たとしよう。衝撃で目覚めるとベッドの上から落ちていた。痛いに決まっている。というわけでだ、君がごく古典的で安直な方法でこれが夢かそうではないかを確かめようとしているが、実際に目覚めない限り痛さを感じようが感じまいが、これが夢であるという証拠にはならないんだよ。
I see.
ま、どれもこれもあくまで仮説だ。僕の言葉がどれだけ信憑性めいていても確証はない。話半分に聞いておけ。これが夢だとしても目覚めなければ夢だと断定できないんだからな。
If this is a dream, then why haven't I woken up?
やれやれ、これだから愚民は答えを僕に求めるな。僕は優秀な人間だが万能ではない。そうやって人に頼り、自分自身の思考をおろそかにするな。
You're the one who asked me if I had any questions.
ああ、そういえばそうだったな。はいはい、僕が悪うございました。お望み通りヒントをくれてやる。はあ、僕ってなんて親切な人間なんだ。君は言っただろ。闇に同化すれば自分自身は消えてしまうと。それは夢の中で自分という存在が非常にあやふやな状態であることを示しているんじゃないか？
My whole existence?
そうだ。自分が自分であるとわからない。それはつまり記憶喪失であることにつながる。では、なぜ夢の中で記憶を失っているのか。夢は自分の記憶の断片の再現。
I'm sorry. Maybe I went to sleep questioning my identity, or maybe I wanted to forget?
そう考えるのが自然だろうな。
Is that why you're so convinced we can't escape?
その通りだ。君が闇に襲われたと言ったが、それは無意識のうちに自分を無に帰そうとしているのかもしれないぞ。そもそもこれが夢だとしたら、どちらが本物なんだろうな。夢を見ているのは僕か、それとも君か。
If we're dreaming about each other, then what relationship do we have in the waking world?
夢の中の不快で理不尽な登場キャラクターといったところだろう。夢ならこれは悪夢だ。正直、一刻も早く目覚めてほしい。どうだ、これで分かっただろ。 これが夢なら僕は君が消えても悲しむことはないということだ。
So you're scared, huh?
は？
Oh, sorry, just a stray observation, but you seem like you're scared that you'll disappear too.
なぜそうなる？
Supposing this is a dream, you and I still actively exist in it, or at least I have some sort of consciousness. Naturally, I'm terrified of losing that consciousness, and since you exist in here with me, I'm terrified of anything happening to you too. I figure you probably feel the same way.
バカじゃん。
What?
さっき言っただろ。僕は君が消えても悲しむことはない。自分の考えがそうだからといって他人に押し付けるな。
I'm not talking about everyone. I'm talking about you. You're Alice and I'm Arisu. We're connected.
やれやれ。君と付き合うのは疲れた。というわけで脱線しまくった話を戻すぞ。
Alright, let's see. I seem to recall we were debating whether or not this place has an exit.
君はまだこの世界から出たいと思うのか？
Yeah, dream or not, I want to get out of here.
たとえ現実の自分が望んでいなくても。
If this dream is a fragment of my memory, then surely the real me wants to wake up just as much as I do.
そっか。出口を探すというなら勝手にすればいい。僕はどうでもいい。僕はこのままで構わない。正直動くのも面倒だ。こうして他人と話すのも嫌でしょうがない。君が自ら去ってくれるというのなら願ったり叶ったりだ。
Won't you be scared all by yourself? Won't you miss me?
別に。
Bro. I'll miss you though.
はっ、言うと思った。どうせ君のことだから一緒に出口を探せとか、一人より二人の方が心強いとか言うつもりだったのだろ？
Bingo!
何がチェッチレイだ。日本人なら日本語を話せ。というか君も本当に懲りないな。ある種の狂気であり恐怖を感じさせる。
Aww, so cute! Oh, that's really cute actually. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I won't let go. You're not alone. I'll always be with you.
あ？その手は何だ？
You should hold hands, silly. That way we won't get separated.
君は能天気だな。犬猫だって現状に対してもっと悲観するぞ。
Sure, but feeling anxious wouldn't exactly improve anything now, would it?
くだらないな。まるでお遊戯だ。
And yet I've seen you've decided to hold my hand anyway. Funny that.
拒否する理由が特に思いつかなかったからな。
Hand in hand, you wander through the darkness. Moments earlier, you were overwhelmed with fear, but now the warmth of his hand reassures you.
君はこんな時でも楽しそうだな。
Of course I am. It's nice to have someone around to talk to.
ああ、そうそう、そうなんだ。僕はとっても優しくて面倒見が良くて、困った人は見過ごせない正義感の強い人間なんだ。
Are you? Now if only you could work on that attitude problem.
うるさい、振り払うぞ。
And so the friendly conversation continues. No ground to walk on, no concept of time, no one else inside, and yet with Alice by your side, you don't miss any of it. You walk and walk and walk until there appears before you a giant looking glass. Pretty.
鏡だな。
Is it? I thought maybe it was a big crystal.
水晶だったらこんなにもはっきりと自分の姿が映らないだろう。
Alright, I can see my face from every angle.
ああ、どこを向いても鬱陶しいことこの上ない。
Weird that it's so sparkly here in the dark. Is it glowing or is light shining onto it from somewhere?
それを言うなら僕たちの姿が見えているのも不自然だろう。
Maybe it's bioluminescence, you know, like mushrooms.
せめて深海魚で
What about a viper fish?
グロすぎる
Oh, I know, maybe this is the exit?
入り口かもしれんぞ
Do you mean?
そうだ物語にありがちだろ鏡を通り抜けて別の世界にとかな
What'd the other world be like?
そっくり同じただ何もかもが逆さまなんじゃないのかこの世界が現実でないのだとしたら鏡の向こうは現実世界なのかもしれない
What do you think it's like back where we came from?
さあなこの世界が夢でありかつ悪夢ならばいい世界でありいい夢ならば悪い世界なんだろう急に黙ってどうした怖くなったのか
I wonder what would happen if we smashed it. Girl. He's so grossed out by us.
壊して僕に被害が及んでみろその瞬間僕は今度こそ君を全力で殴る
God, I was just joking. Relax.
うさんくさい笑顔だ
Maybe there's a reason this giant mirror is here. Maybe we can clear away the darkness by going to the world beyond.
ああ君は本当に人の話を無視するのが得意だな鏡を通り抜けること自体現実ではありえない無双であり空想でありただの妄想だ
But this is a dream, right?
可能だな明晰夢といってこれが夢だと自覚することによって夢の状況を自分の思い通りに変化させられるそうだ
If so, I want to pass through the mirror to the other side. Just as you reached out to the mirror, suddenly it radiates a blinding light. Ah! When the light fades, the mirror no longer reflects you, but two other figures. Kaguya! On the left is a man wearing a mask and a cheeky grin. Gretel. On the right is a man with a smile as sweet as candy. Who are these men?
さあなだがどちらも同じ世界観のようだな
A little. They seem familiar somehow.
奇遇だな僕もだ
Tap the surface of the mirror with your finger and it ripples like water.
いけそうだな
Sure does.
ちょっと待て
What's up?
君はどうせ迷いなく堂々と向こう水に飛び込んでみるつもりだろう鏡の向こうがどこに繋がっているのかわからないというのに奇妙で奇特で無謀なやつだ正直僕は鏡の世界に興味などない鏡の向こうがたとえ出口だろうと入り口だろうと僕には関係ないからだ
What makes you say that?
直感だ僕の本能がそう告げているしかし誠に残念なことに僕は今現在君に捉えられている君が僕の手を離さないというならこのまま僕も君と道連れというわけだまったく迷惑甚だしい旗迷惑だ僕にとって君に出会ったことは不都合で迷惑で厄介な災害みたいなものだいや災害ならまだいいじっとして過ぎるのを待てばよいのだからな
Not bad, huh?
当然だどうせ何を言おうが君にとってお構いなしなのだからこのくらいの嫌味は素直に受け取るんだな
You do plenty of shrugging yourself, buddy.
ではたまにはストレートに聞いてやろうじゃないか君はどちらを選ぶ
The guides say that it's better for the story progression to go Gretel first. That's why I will go with the man with a smile as sweet as candy. I choose this one. Together, you and Alice reach out to the mirror. Then you walk through the glass and jump down into the looking glass world. Nope, I'm gonna get demonetized. No. Let's start with the facts. My name is Yurika Arisu, and I'm 19 years old. Why the fuck is there a cage in my bedroom? This room looks very different from the room we had in episode 1. Interesting. Right now it appears that I'm inside some sort of cabin in the woods. What the fuck? I say it appears because I don't actually remember how I got here. I just woke up one day and found myself tied up here in this rustic log cabin. What the fuck? That said, it appears this place has a kitchen and a bathroom and all other essentials, so... If anything, it feels like a cabin-style studio apartment? Or maybe it's normal for cabins to have these things? I don't know. Anyway, why am I tied up, you ask? Well, here's the thing. I don't actually know. Just kidding. I think it's probably to prevent any escape attempts on my part. And seeing as I don't have the skills necessary to tie myself up, it's safe to say someone else was behind it. When I first came to, I was completely taken aback. Anyone would be confused if they found themselves tied up on a bed, am I right? Especially if they were in a house they didn't recognize. Scary stuff, right? So naturally, I freaked out. Luckily, I wasn't gagged, so if I was free to shout, "Mom, Dad, somebody save me!" to my heart's content. But I quickly discovered that doing so was futile, and so I fell silent. Or maybe I was just in shock? How so, you ask? Because I was so overloaded with emotions that, for a moment, I forgot how to function. Shocking enough to find oneself tied up, but with everything else on top of that, suffice to say, it's enough to short-circuit your brain. Anyway, now you're all caught up.
ようやく落ち着いた?
My honey, what the fuck, Gretel? I rolled onto my side in the direction of the familiar voice. There I spotted a pair of crossed legs atop a chair. My gaze slowly shifted upward, taking in the rest of him. Long, slender legs, a handsome face, a presence that was mature beyond his years. I blinked again and again, wondering if maybe this was all just a dream, but it wasn't.
姉さん?
Huh? Incest and yandere? Bruh. I am unhappy, to say the least. Gretel, age 18, closed his book and offered me a radiant smile which was, in my opinion, unbefitting of my current predicament. And we're romancing him? Please! Yes, he was my brother, my younger brother. And he was also the mastermind who brought me here. Hey Gretel, I hate to be a bother, but do you think maybe you could untie me now? I kept my tone polite and formal to avoid offending him.
ダメです。だって、その紐をほどいたら逃げるでしょ?
Babes, what's going on? You weren't like this in Cinderella's shroud. Who is this? I won't, I swear.
誰に?
Huh? What the? Huh? To Gretel, apparently. To you, obviously.
ま、そんなことはどうでもいいんですけどね。
He shrugged off his own question before I could even answer it. One of those, then why bother asking me kind of moments.
姉さん。
Please stop calling me big sis. That's so weird. Yes?
僕と姉さんは二人きりの兄弟なんですから、丁寧な言葉を使わなくていいんですよ。というか、以前はそんな風に喋ってなかったじゃないですか。元に戻してください。
I don't know, because you have me fucking tied up in a cabin in the middle of nowhere? What changed is the question I should be asking you! You were never the kind of guy who would do this. Were you? No, for real though. For some reason my head was throbbing and I couldn't quite remember. Is it really you, Gretel?
おかしなことを聞くんですね、姉さん。あなたの可愛い弟のグレーテルですよ。
Innocent my ass. What are you going to do to me?
どうもしませんよ。姉さんと二人、ここで暮らすんです。ぶっちゃけ以前と変わりません。
No, I highly doubt.
いや、拒否するつもりですか?
なら、どうしようかな。このまま姉さんをここに捨ておいて。
You misheard me. I said no, like the mask. Or maybe it's a Nor? Yeah, that must be it. Nor. This was admittedly the world's least plausible excuse. Sorry. Can't talk.
嘘ですよ。僕が姉さんを一人置いていくわけないじゃないですか。まあ、留守番くらいはしててもらいますけど。
At this, my eyes widened.
おう、もちろんその時は、ちゃんと姉さんが逃げないように、念には念を入れて、閉じ込めておきますから、安心してください。
In an instant, my hopes were dashed and despair washed over me. I was tempted to ask him, "Are you out of your mind?" But given the current situation, it was clear that the answer was yes, and I wasn't eager to provoke him. Why are you doing this?
どうしてって。そりゃ、姉さんが自分からそう望んだんでしょ？
What is going on? No, I really don't think.
いや？また拒否ですか？
Bro, Gretel, please. No, you misheard me. What I said was, I really love you. Daisuki. At this, Gretel actually smiled and blushed, if you can believe it.
大切な弟ですか。ありがとうございます。僕にとっても、姉さんは大切な姉さんです。
No, is he like our actual brother? Like, this is so weird. This is so weird. And now he's back to his innocent baby brother shtick. Okay, I'm officially confused now. If you really loved me, you'd untie me.
それはダメです。
Yeah, I figured. I let out a dry laugh. Gretel shook his head in disappointment.
はあ、姉さんは黙ってれば完璧なのにな。
Rude!
ま、でも減らず口を叩いて、色気もへったくれもない姉さんも、姉さんらしくて僕は好きですけど。
What the fuck, dude? No, for real though, Yurika. If I wasn't tied up, I would have kicked him in the shin for that. Okay, for now, can you just untie my legs?
嫌ですよ。ほどいたら蹴飛ばされそうですし。
Me? Kick you? I was smiling, but I had a feeling he didn't buy it.
しょうがないですね。ま、自由に歩けた方が僕としても楽ですし、いいですよ。外し。
That's right. Thank you, Gretel. He didn't really deserve my gratitude, considering he was the one who tied me up in the first place, but whatever. I rolled over to point the knots in his direction.
わざわざそんなことしなくてもいいのに。
I was hoping maybe he'd untie my hands while he was back there, but unfortunately, I wasn't that lucky.
はい、外しました。
And with that, he pulled the rope away. Thanks. I wiggled my newly freed legs, stretching my stiff muscles.
もっとおしとやかにしたらどうですか？
Why would I? Why, just as soon as you untie my hands, my good sir. I answered sarcastically in my most elegant voice. Then out of the corner of my eye, I saw him reach for my shoulder. Why did the music stop? I do not like this. Ah! Help! What is this? I'm scared! He rolled me onto my back and climbed on top of me. His weight pinned my thighs in place, preventing me from flailing around. I could feel my chest heaving. What are you going to do to me? What is going on, please?
だから言ったじゃないですか。二人でここで暮らすんです。
But why?
ここが安全だからです。姉さん、あなたの身は僕が守ります。
Call this safe? This?
もちろんです。
My body went limp in defeat. Okay, fine. I don't really get why this has to happen, but I'll take your word for this. You're my precious baby brother, after all.
やはり姉さんは姉さんだ。
Satisfied, Gretel hopped off me and adjusted his shirt collar.
そうだ、お腹空きませんか？
He scares
僕
me.
何か作りますよ。
I'm like one of those people who actually don't like yanderes. So this is very scary for me. Yes, please. I could see him in the kitchen, prepping the food. Similar to his studio apartment, there was only one main room in this cabin, so there were no walls between us. I could see him, and naturally he could see me. He retrieved some eggs, milk, and veggies from the fridge, then a frying pan and a bowl from the cupboard. From that, I surmised that he was probably making an omelette. I decided to get up and walk around the cabin on my own 2 feet. Gretel didn't seem too concerned with my meandering, so I took that to mean I was free to do so. It made sense, I suppose. My hands were tied, literally, so there wasn't much I could do to try to escape. He wouldn't have freed my legs if he wasn't confident I would remain trapped. He had all his bases covered, and frankly, I was impressed, girl. No. He walked over to the window and gazed out at the scenery. We were surrounded by tall, dense trees. Evidently, we were in a forest somewhere. No amount of shouting would save me. Next, I stood in front of the door. The sole portal to the outside world was locked up tight, and with my hands bound, I wouldn't be opening it anytime soon. Actually, it was possible I could make it work with a lot of effort on my part, but with Gretel here supervising me, I didn't stand a chance. Next, I walked over to the wood-burning stove. Whoa, you'd see one of these every day. I had heard these stoves were a hassle to work with. Lots of careful ventilation and upkeep required. I peered through the little glass window at the dancing flames within. Crackle of the fireplace, the woody scent, nice and eco-friendly. And so, after just a few steps around the cabin, I had now attained a deeper understanding of my circumstances. Long story short, I wasn't going to get a single whiff of fresh air without Gretel's explicit permission. Not to be a broken record, but again, this place was furnished like a studio apartment, with a kitchen, a bathroom, a bed, and all the other amenities needed for one's daily life. It was clear Gretel wasn't kidding around. She was dead serious about the two of us living here. I looked at the giant birdcage sitting in the center of the room. It was nothing short of bizarre. Never in my life had I seen a birdcage large enough for a person to walk inside. One word came to mind. Prison. Why did Gretel bring me here against my will? To protect me? Was I under threat of attack from some external force and I just didn't realize it? Want some help? I called out to Gretel as he busied himself in the kitchen. Sure enough, he was making an omelette. Next to him was a jar full of little star candies and of every color of the rainbow. He took a few and popped them in his mouth. As I stared at him, he eventually noticed my gaze.
姉さんも食べたいですか？
Yeah!
ダメです。
Oi! Aw, rats!
これは僕のお菓子です。それに、今食べたら太りますよ。
I'm going to choke him! It's just candy, bro! You did really have a comeback for that?
手伝いはいらないので、姉さんは座っててください。
Okay. Not like it'd be much help with my hands tied anyway. I walked over and sat in the chair positioned beside the cage. Phew. Frankly, the mere sight of this giant thing was enough to kill my mood. I had the sinking feeling my dear brother would throw me into it the second I pissed him off.
姉さん、できましたよ。
Gretel walked over, carrying a piping hot omelette on a plate. I'm not going to be able to eat that without my hands, you know?
大丈夫です。僕が食べさせてあげますから。
Oh God.
はい、姉さん。口を開けてください。あーん。
opened my mouth, and as promised, he fed me a spoonful of omelette.
美味しいですか？
He nodded, my mouth full of food. It's good.
そうですか。よかった。ちゃんと野菜も食べてくださいね。
Okay. Alright, it keeps opening. He fed it all to me, one bite after another, so quickly that I scarcely had any time to savor it. Under any other circumstances, the spoon feeding might have been cute or romantic, but not like this. Wait, Gretel, that's enough. You can stop now.
そうですか？
Very sure, I'm stuffed. It was great though. Thank you for making it.
そうですか。残念です。
Lowered the spoon away from my lips and slid the bite of food into his own mouth instead.
悪くはないですが、やっぱり姉さんが作った料理にはかなわないな。
You think so? You know, I'm happy to cook for you anytime.
そうだ、姉さん。
Promptly ignored my suggestion.
実はデザートも用意してあるんです。
You did? I can't have candy because it'll make me fat, but you made me dessert.
はい。マカロンです。
Macaron? Macarons, the king of all sweets, the pinnacle of confection.
どうしますか？
Would you like dessert? Always, but let's see. Yes.
じゃあ用意します。少し待っていてください。
Now I understood. My desires didn't matter. He didn't actually care. Gretel walked back to the fridge, opened it, and pulled out his chilled macarons. The colorful confections were neatly stacked inside a decorative cocktail glass for a very classy effect. He took the pink one at the top of the stack and fed it to me.
はい、姉さん。デザートのマカロンです。
Macaron.
口開けてください。
Chili meringue hit my tongue, and as I bit down, I tasted the buttercream filling. It's so good!
本当ですか？
Of course, your desserts are the best. And as I spoke, I thought back to the last time I said this exact same thing. It knocks me out, bruh. My name is Yurika Arisu, and I'm 19 years old. I have a younger brother named Gretel. He has perfect grades, perfect manners, perfect looks. The very picture of an honor student. This is Cinderella's house. Slowly, soundlessly, I pushed the door open. Through the crack, I could see my brother sitting at his desk, doing schoolwork. Holding my breath, I slipped inside and pounced on him from behind. Gretel! Gretel slumped forward under my weight, but quickly recovered and extricated himself from the arms I had wrapped around his neck.
姉さん、勉強してるんですから、邪魔しないでくださいよ。
So, was the earlier part a dream? Or is this a dream? Or if this is the past? So many questions. I'm gonna take a little toilet break, and then I'll be back. You're back. I'm back. Thank you for waiting, everyone. I can help you. I snatched the textbook off his desk.
ちょっと
Wait, what the? I stared down at the page. These were advanced math formulas. Definitely not something they taught at community college.
僕も春からは姉さんと同じ学校に通うことになりますからね。
Shouldn't you be studying for entrance exams first? Alright, I guess you don't need to. If anything, entrance exams would be a step down from the level he was currently studying at. Oh, I can't wait for you to join me at college.
嬉しそうですね。
Of course I am. I've been dreaming about this forever. We'll be attending the same school and we could eat lunch together if you wanted. Oh, and we could walk home together.
登下校なら毎日してるじゃないですか。
It was true, of course. I went to Gretel's community college every single day and waited for him to come out. Then the two of us would walk home together. At first, he was horrified to find me at his school, but over time, he learned to tolerate it. But it'll be different once we are both going to the same school.
はあ、少しは弟離れしたらどうですか？恥ずかしい。
Says the one who has me locked up. Bruh. No, I don't wanna let go. I wrapped my arms around him in a big hug.
苦しいんですけど。
He smacked my arm like he was tapping out. Oops, sorry. Lost control of my love for a minute there. I let go of him.
自重してください。まったく。
He reached into a nearby jar of candy, pulled out a red one, and popped it into his mouth. That reminds me, what do you want to have for dinner tonight? Anything in particular? I want to treat my hard worker to something nice.
何でもいいですよ。
I'm sure if you tell me I can make anything, I'm going to make whatever I want.
ええ。姉さんの作ったものは何でも美味しいですから。
Aww. Don't say that. Now I'm obligated to make something really good.
そう思ったから言ったんです。
He smiled lightly. When our eyes met, I instantly became conscious of how close our faces were. I stepped away from him, clasped my hands behind my back, and leaned forward. Well then, I guess I'll get started on dinner. I'll come get you when it's ready, okay?
よろしくお願いします。
He waved me away without even looking at me. Now then, I left his room and headed down to the kitchen on the first floor. Each step made the hardwood floor creak, reminding me of the house's deteriorating condition. No surprises there, of course. This building was constructed long before I was born. It wasn't your ordinary house either. Originally, it was built as a cafe, but at some point, someone remodeled it into a house. I often hear about people adding a storefront to their house, but seldom the other way around. Said the cafe area was fully intact, so there wasn't much remodeling done at all. Even the cupboards were still the same, although we had obviously bought new silverware. Living quarters were located on the second floor. At one point, they were rented out as apartments. But now it was the Arisu family residence. All in all, this retro cafe had quite the history. Why did we live here, you ask? Well, my family jumped on the cafe bandwagon back when they were all in the rage, but changing trends eventually forced them to close down. Just kidding, it's actually more complicated than that. The truth is, my parents were just a couple of weirdos with eclectic taste. They found a retro cafe in a scenic little backwater town and decided to buy it. There was no hard work put into it. It wasn't their lifelong dream. They simply had too much money on their hands. What a problem I wish I have. Seeing as that excess money now afforded me a roof over my head, I was at least a little bit grateful. My parents had their own place in the city where they worked, and they rarely came out to see us. So for the most part, Gretel and I were essentially on our own. A good friend of mine once teased me for having a house as weird as the family that lives in it. Frankly, I couldn't agree more. In the kitchen, I opened the fridge and took out some of eggs and veggies. Night's dinner, omelets. Why omelets, you ask? Because I wanted to get back at Gretel for forcing me to make something good. My plan was to make a really decadent sauce to drizzle on top. That way it would seem fancier than it was. Pulled out a chocolate bar tucked away in the back corner of the fridge. Would he get mad at me if I used this? Huh? Is that like a cultural thing? I've never heard of someone using chocolate on eggs. Omelets. I figured chocolate sauce would pair with eggs really nicely, but I wasn't sure. The fridge was home to all kinds of chocolate, from ordinary candy bars to fancy truffles in their own little box. All of it belonged to Gretel. Believe it or not, he had a massive sweet tooth. He was a total nerd for all things sugary. He was always up to date on the latest products from his favorite stores, and whenever a new one opened up, he was amongst the first to try them. Whenever a given dessert went viral online, he would either visit the store in person or have it shipped to our house. He was so obsessed with chocolate, he put middle-aged women to shame. After a long internal debate, I put the chocolate back. If I used it without asking, Gretel was guaranteed to be furious with me. No doubt about it. One time when I was desperately craving sweets, I ate a cream puff I found in the fridge. The result?
食べたな
Huh? Oh yeah, sorry. It was in the fridge, so I figured...
何やってるんですかこれは1日限定50個のシュークリームなんですよなかなか手に入らない至高の材料だけで作った究極のシュークリームなんですよこれのために朝から行列に並んだというのにそれなのにでかい口を開けてただ糖分を摂取できればいいやみたいな気軽さでパクつくなんて信じられない
I'm really sorry, okay? I'll buy you another one.
謝るくらいなら食べないでくださいよ僕は今何に食べたかったんですよ舌がシュークリームを味わうために整えられてたんですよ
Baby.
なのに肝心のシュークリームはないええあなたの胃袋にダイブしたんですからねもうシュークリームは二度と帰ってこないんですよ
He's so upset. Poor baby. In the end, I finally won his forgiveness by buying him a box of award-winning truffles from some famous pâtissier. Total price, $75. He was generally a pretty laid-back guy, but when it came to sweets, all bets were off. He said sweets are better than me. Yikes. Thus, I gave up on a chocolate sauce idea. Probably better not to have chocolate for dinner anyway, and decided to go with something more healthy that wouldn't clash with dessert. So I put the chocolates back and took out the spinach instead. Then I got to work.
姉さん
Hey, what happened to studying? As I blended my boiled spinach into a paste in the food processor and cracked some eggs in a bowl, Gretel walked in.
姉さんに邪魔されてやる気がなくなりました
How is it my fault? Ugh. Hung my head guiltily.
嘘です今日はもう十分勉強しました部屋にいるのもなんなので姉さんを手伝ってあげようかと
Gretel looked at the ingredients I had lined up on the counter.
オムレツですか
Spinach omelets, to be precise, you need to eat your veggies.
手伝いますよ
Got this. You go entertain yourself for a while.
そうですかじゃあここで姉さんを観察してようかな
As he spoke, he took a seat at the dining table. You're going to just watch me? That's it?
手伝ってほしいですか？
Gretel cupped his chin in his hands and smiled defiantly at me. Pouting my lips, I ignored him and set about scrambling my eggs with a whisk. Little punk. Next, I added the spinach paste into the bowl with my freshly beaten eggs. In a blink, the mixture's colors changed from yellow to green. And while I was distracted with other prep work, I noticed Gretel had grabbed the fancy truffles from the fridge and was now eating them. You're eating more candy? Here I am making dinner for my precious baby brother, and you're spoiling your appetite. Disrespectful, don't you think? But despite my annoyed scowl, Gretel didn't care.
お菓子は別腹ですからいいんです。
Meanwhile, he carried on eating his truffles like they weren't $5 a pop.
まあまあですね。
That's decent? They're decorated like precious gems. As I stared at him, he offered me a half smirk.
欲しいですか？
Yeah!
人にお願いするときは、なんて言うんでしたっけ？
Please, Master Gretel, bestow your blessings upon my sorry soul. Clasped my hand melodramatically.
よくできました。はい、
Held up one of the truffles between his thumb and forefinger and offered it to me. I opened my mouth and caught it on my tongue. It's good. They were worth every penny. Not only were they pretty to look at, but the chocolate was rich and melted in my mouth.
僕が作った方が美味しいですよ。
Then let's see it. Only was the Prince of Sweets obsessed with eating them, he was passionate about making them too. And he was extremely talented at it.
別にいいですけど、今は姉さんが厨房を使ってるでしょ？
How about after I finish up?
使います。
And I'd better finish up quick. Started working even more swiftly than before. Anyhow, it's easier to focus on work when there's a reward close at hand. And so I dished up dinner in a flash.
変わってますね。
Pretty, isn't it? The omelets were deep green in color. Under them, there was a bright red tomato sauce. Quite a striking contrast, if I do say so myself.
いただきます。
Took a bite of his green omelet and felt quiet. How is it? Unable to endure the silence, I asked for his opinion.
ああ、やっぱり姉さんが作った料理は美味しいな。
More delicious than the chocolates from a famous chocolatier?
それはない。
Ouch! I already knew my brother was a monster, but damn. Snickered at my utter defeat.
冗談ですよ。スイーツは普通の料理とは違いますからね。比べられませんよ。お店の商品として出しても遜色ないレベルだと思いますよ。
That's good enough. Think so? I tried to act modest, but my face was already beaming. Our lives were quiet and peaceful, and happy. And yet we were both so sure that it would all last forever. Huh? Opened my hazy eyes to find myself back in the one-room cabin. I was sitting in a chair, my hands still tied behind my back. Apparently I had nodded off at some point. Whenever I tried to stand up, a sudden wave of dizziness hit me. and I nearly fell over. Thankfully, Gretel was there to catch me.
姉さん、大丈夫ですか？
Gretel? When I saw the concern in his eyes, I let out a sigh of relief and buried my face in his chest. He's kidnapping you right now, girl. Do not. Strange, isn't it? He was the one keeping me here against my will, and yet I trusted him completely.
姉さん。
In response, he wrapped his arms around me tightly. I was having this dream, a dream about the past. You know the time I made green omelets for dinner? How long was that ago anyway? Try as I might, I couldn't remember more than that. Then Gretel drew his lips to my ear.
姉さんは疲れてるんですよ。少し休んでください。
Scooped me into his arms and carried me to the bed. Gretel?
何ですか？何か欲しいものがありますか？
After he lowered me onto the bed, he started to stroke my hair. He was acting less like a brother and more like a boyfriend. That's really weird. Come on, don't you think you could untie me now? At my words, his hand fell still. His gentle gaze turned to eyes.
ダメです。ほどけば、あなたはここから逃げてしまうでしょ？
Because you're being weird, dude. I won't go anywhere. We're out in the woods somewhere, right? And it's already dark out. I can't wander through a forest in the middle of the night. I hadn't checked outside the window, but the lights were on, so it had to be nighttime. Besides, I don't know you're only doing this to protect me, right?
もちろんです。
But why would I want to put myself at risk? Trust me, I won't. He didn't respond immediately, so I hastily continued. Besides, I really want to take a bath, you know? And I can't do that while my hands are tied up. What I meant was close to powder my nose, but proper ladies never directly reference the toilet.
お風呂ですか？その時はさすがに外してあげますよ。まさか、僕が姉さんの体を洗うわけにもいかないですしね。
Why do you have to make it weird like that, bro? What? I yelped in surprise. Wash your naked body myself. His words reverberated in my head. Ugh! The instant it sank in, white-hot humiliation shot through me. What do you...
何よって、体って言ったじゃないですか。
Babes, that's so
姉さ
weird.
んの。
Captor running his hands all over his wet, naked captive? That's so sexual. It's R-rated. He only just turned 18. It's inappropriate.
顔真っ赤ですよ、お姉さん。
Wonder why. Gretel smirked at me provocatively. No, I'm not. I denied it purely on reflex, but considering it was my own face, obviously I could tell that was true. Evidently, Gretel found my reaction hilarious because he burst out laughing, clutching his side.
そんなに意識しなくてもいいじゃないですか。僕はあなたの弟なんだから。ね、姉さん。
Maybe, like, okay, this might be me reaching it, but what if he's not actually our little brother and he's just, because he keeps saying that, you know, at every single sentence. So, like, maybe he's just pushing that as an excuse? And he's not, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. Yandere incest is just not my thing. Biting my lip, I glared back at the little punk. I knew it wouldn't be very intimidating given my flushed state, but I had to try. And when I realized it was hopeless, I gave up and rolled onto my other side, away from him. Forget it. I admit it, I was sulking.
お風呂は？
I do. The next thing I knew, he had untied my hands. Having regained total control over my limbs, the first thing I did was push myself into a sitting position. Then I touched the hand to my messy hair. Without my hands, I can't even comb my hair.
ボサボサ頭だっていいじゃないですか。誰に見せるわけでもないですし。
Interpreted this to mean that I wasn't going to have any visitors anytime soon. You'll see it though.
僕のために おしゃれしてくれていたんですか？
This is so weird,
弟なの
guys.
に？
Looking at Gretel's expression, I felt like he was testing me. Yeah, totally. Anyway, I'm gonna take my bath now.
ちょっと待ってください。
Right as I hopped off the bed, he grabbed my arm. What?
今からお風呂に入るなら、ここである程度脱いでおいた方がいいですよ。
Why? Why? My voice went up an octave.
脱衣所がないんです。狭いところで着替えるのも面倒でしょ？
Surprisingly enough, he had a valid point. I'm sure it'll be fine. A little struggle will never hurt anybody.
それに、その服、後ろにチャックがあるじゃないですか。
This is so weird.
僕が下ろしてあげます。
No, I couldn't possibly ask that of you. Desperately tried to decline, but his bright smile didn't waver.
いいから。
Yanked my arm and forced me back onto the bed. How are you going to open it if I'm on the bed, huh? Dumbass. Gretel! He sat there, staring back at him. My heart was pounding like crazy.
まずは足からですね。
What are you doing? Wait, what am I reading? It's so weird. Why is my Gretel like this? I squirmed as he plunged the hand under my skirt with no hesitation. Yeah, I'm not voicing that. Stop. What am I reading? His fingers brushed my skin through the fabric of my tights, and it tickled like crazy. I tried to push him away, but he pushed back, and I ended up flat on my back on the bed once more. God. Wow, what is going on? I'm so scared. Stop that. Hey, please, no more. Bruh, like, I feel so attacked. Like, what is this? What am I doing?
おとなしくしててください。脱がしにくいじゃないですか。
What do you mean? I'm scared. But how on earth was I supposed to sit back and let him take my clothes off? Flailed around, desperate to escape.
しまったな。これじゃ、紐を外すよりも先に脱がした方が良かったな。
As he spoke, he pinned my wrists together with one hand. Good lord! Gretel, please! Breathing heavily, I look up at him with damp eyes.
そんな風に誤解させるような顔しないでくださいよ。
Oh, what is this?
僕以外だったら確実に襲われてましたよ。
Oh, what is this? Are you not literally having your way with me right now? Then he grabbed my waist and I let out my biggest scream yet.
ようやくつかめた。今から脱がすのでじっとしててください。
I was so mortified. All I could do was not vehemently, please just get this over with, sort of way.
片手じゃ無理か。
Dude, what are you doing? Evidently, he was having trouble because he promptly slid his other hand under my skirt. Bro, what is going on? I am so scared. I struggled not to make another sound. If anyone were to witness my brother fumbling around under his sister's skirt, it was all over for us. I think it would be all over a long time ago when he's literally kidnapping you, girl. To be clear, neither of us were getting off on this. We were just enjoying a pure, heartwarming brother-sister moment. Disregard the fact that the only sound was that of heavy breathing and the flutter of clothes. It was a touching exchange, in more ways than one. With my tights off, Gretel's fingers naturally brushed against my bare skin. The feeling was more raw and intense than it was through the fabric, and it gave me goosebumps. She's making it weird! Like, I don't know, man!
鳥肌が立ってる。姉さん、
I don't like
感じや
this.
すいんですね。
No, I don't like this. the brother thing really creeps me out, and also like he's literally kidnapping us. I am not enjoying myself. What is this, a Harlequin novel? Gretel! Blushing beet red, I glared at him sharply. He lowered his gaze slightly and started to snicker.
ダメだすみません姉さん
Touching his sides, Gretel laughed uncontrollably until there were tears in his eyes. The sight made me feel so utterly humiliated. This man was mocking me for my honest feelings. If anyone should have had tears in their eyes, it was me.
ほら姉さんタイツ脱がしましたよ
I can remove those myself. He held them up between his thumb and forefinger like he was trying to rub them in my face. Gee, thanks. He snatched them away from him.
じゃあ次は背中ですね
I'm good. By this, what I meant was no thank you. I assure you, I did not mean.
乗り気ですね
Oh my god.
しょうがないな姉さんは
Instead, my jerk brother willfully misinterpreted me, then put his hands on my shoulders and flipped me over like a dead fish. I landed face first on the sheets and my back arc like an orca.
めんどくさい服着てますね
Holding me down with one hand, he used the other to painstakingly loosen each of the ribbons on my corset. I can do it myself!
はいはいおとなしくしてくださいね
As I flailed in protest, he climbed onto the bed and straddled me. Bruh, what is this, Alabama? I groaned beneath his added weight. In contrast to my misery, however, Gretel sounded downright cheerful.
遠慮しなくていいですよ一人では脱ぎにくいし着にくいでしょ
And then he set about removing my corset altogether. Having given up on resisting, I lay there perfectly still, like a salmon on ice at the grocery store.
最初からそうしとけばいいのに
Just hurry up and strip me.
大胆発言ですね
Just, Gretel, just... Ugh! I flailed my one free arm.
姉さんは分かってないなそんな風に可愛い反応されると余計にいじめたくなるじゃないですか
I'll make funny faces at you.
じゃあ僕はもっと姉さんの顔を面白おかしくしてあげます
What do you mean? I went back to salmon mode. Coming to himself, he promptly went back to my clothes. Then the pressure against my right waist disappeared, and I knew he had removed my corset. Next, he grabbed the zipper and pulled down. I don't understand. Why do you need zippers if you have corsets already? I don't have a single dress that has both zippers and a corset.
白ですか
What?
相変わらず好きですね
Buried my face in the sheets. I couldn't take any more teasing. Fortunately, this seemed to work against him because he let out an annoyed sigh.
はい下ろしましたよ
I noticed. Now get off me. You're crushing me, stupid.
おっとそれもそうですね
We're totally doing that on purpose. Then the added weight vanished and I let out a big sigh of relief. Clutched my dress to my chest so it wouldn't fall on the floor. At this point, if someone saw me with my messy hair in a state of undress, they'd think something very different happened on this bed.
別に押さえなくても袖は通してるんだから脱げないでしょ
Shit. I'm just making sure, that's all.
ところで姉さんせっかく僕が脱がしてあげたんですからお礼を言うべきでは
Thank you. My tone was so flat, you could balance a cup of water on it.
どういたしまして
Ignoring my snickering brother, I headed for the bathroom.
姉さん、
Huh? Turned back to find him smiling at me sternly.
そっちはお風呂場じゃなくて、出口です。
Oh, right. I hastily changed course. Bathroom featured a simple bathtub and a toilet. Honestly, I would have liked to take a long, luxurious soak, but I was in no position to complain. Additionally, there were no windows, just a small ventilation fan. No getting out of through here, I take it. With that confirmed, I shut the door behind me and stripped off my dress. Since Gretel had removed my corset and unzipped the zipper, it slid off easily. Folded it up, then turned the bathtub faucet until warm water streamed out of the shower head. But just as I heaved a small sigh of relief...
姉さん
Again? Ah! The sudden voice on the other side of the door made me yelp.
どうしました？開けますよ。
Bruh. No, it's nothing! Don't you dare come in here! Turned the water off and concealed myself behind a curtain.
そうですか。ああ、でもどうしようかな。ついうっかり着替えとタオルを渡すのを忘れていたんですが。
Forgot about it too, actually. Unfortunately, I got the sense that this wasn't exactly an accidental oversight coming from him. Timidly, I asked him, "Did you do this to me on purpose?"
はい。
He's so weird! I don't like him! I barely suppressed the urge to punch the wall. Just leave them there.
そこってどこですか？ベッドの上ですか？
No, that's not what I mean. What I want to say is, leave them near the door.
玄関？
I hate him so much. The bathroom door. I could hear him laughing out there, and although I couldn't see him, I just knew he was clutching his sides again.
わかりました。近くに置いておきますよ。
Pressed my ear to the door and waited for Gretel to move away. Then I slowly opened the door and reached out through the crack, fumbling around for the towel and change of clothes. I still had the shower curtain pressed to my chest, but it could only stretch so far, and if he opened the door any wider, I was screwed. I'd probably lose my balance and fall to the floor, butt naked. That would be one hell of a surprise for him. Ah! Found it! My brother loved his pranks, but he would never be outright cruel to me. As proof of that, I found a stack of fabric without much trouble. I yanked it back into the bathroom with me and let out a sigh of relief. Little did I know, 30 or so minutes from now on, I'd be sighing for a different reason. The fuck does that mean?
ああ、姉さん、お帰りなさい。
When I returned from the bathroom, Gretel took one look at me and burst out laughing. Rude! It's not like I chose to wear this, thank you very much. It was just the only option you gave me. Should have known Gretel wouldn't give me a change of clothes without some kind of catch. Kitty punch! I punched him with my white fluffy fist. Okay, but like, why do you have to wear the extra accessories? My new outfit was, in a word, fuzzy. Featured a hood with pointed ears up top and a long tail down below. In other words, I was wearing a kitty onesie. Changed my mind. My brother is a cruel bastard.
似合いますよ。かわいいです。かわいい。
This was not all that convincing coming from a guy currently trying not to laugh.
いや、囚人服と迷ったんですけどね。さすがに姉さんとはいえ、一応女の人なわけですし、いくらなんでもかわいそうかなと思って。
He punch! Gave him another fuzzy punch. After all, he made me picture myself in that stripy getup, and I came away relieved to be wearing a onesie instead. One should feel relieved to wear a onesie. It's mortifying. Not that I would have preferred a see-through 90 either.
あ、それともピンクのベビードールの方が良かったですか？
Double kitty punch! This time I hit him twice.
まあいいじゃないですか。その格好ならわざわざ縛る必要はありませんし。
Second thought, all hail the onesie. But I didn't let it show on my face. Instead, I casually pulled the hood over my head. So you went out of your way to buy this?
ええ。僕は姉さんをからかうためだったら、時間も手間も金も惜しみません。
Horrible little brother. You monster! I see. Well, I must say, I'm impressed you got me new underwear too. You must be pretty brave if you can walk up to the register with a pair of women's panties.
いえいえ。色気のない姉さんが少しでもマシになるように、黒にピンクにレースとかいうベタベタなものを選んでみたんですが、気に入ってくれたようでよかったです。
Amid, he countered my sarcasm with more sarcasm. Defeated, I slumped my shoulders. Then another question occurred to me. Wait, what do I do with my dirty clothes?
僕が洗っておきますよ。
Oh, okay. I nodded. At this, Gretel's eyes widened in surprise. It already stripped me down and made me wear the clothes and panties of his choosing, so I had no shame left. Or did I? Actually, on second thought, I'll wash them myself. I darted back into the bathroom and grabbed my dirty laundry.
今さら恥ずかしがらなくても、姉さんの下着くらい嫌になるほど見慣れてますよ。
You might be used to it, but I'm not. Clutched my clothes to my chest. Do we even have a washing machine here?
外にあります。
Oh, of course. But then I realized if I was forbidden from ever setting foot outside, then he was never going to let me do my own laundry. Yeah! I chucked my laundry into the bathtub and turned on the water. Forget the washing machine, I could just do it by hand. A dress though? Like, girl, just wash your panties and then let him do the dress.
考えましたね。
Chuckled smugly. Then a smile vanished from my face as I asked, Can I have some detergent? After I finished washing my clothes, I walked over to the window and opened the curtain. There was no clock in this cabin, so the only way to gauge the time of day was by looking out the window. Best I could tell, it was late at night. The surrounding dense forest was already shadowy to begin with. I could only get a vague estimate of the time. Thus, I decided to ask someone who might have a better idea. Hey, what time is it?
So.
Huh? He shrugged his shoulders. Evidently, he didn't care. Well, seeing as I'm tired, maybe it's bedtime? As I closed the curtains, Gretel paused to think.
そうですね。僕も疲れましたし。
And that was that. That's kind of cute, low-key. Too bad, we're fucking held captive against our own will. But that looks cute. So there I was, laying in bed with my brother in the dark cabin. Gretel had his arms and legs wrapped tightly around me, locking me in place. Was this his way of telling me that he had no intention of ever letting me go, whether he was awake or not? Or was he just using me as a soft, fuzzy pillow? How did we even end up in this position, you ask? Well, the root problem was that there was only one bed in the cabin. Gretel? Eyes were firmly closed and his breathing was rhythmic, which suggested he was asleep. Then again, knowing this little prankster, it was possible he was simply waiting for me to lower my guard so he could say go, ooh. I kept watch over him for a while, but he showed no signs of stirring. With a sigh of relief, I let my gaze wander more closely over his face. With his eyes and mouth closed, my younger brother was actually quiet. Out of nowhere, my stomach growled loudly, breaking the silence. Quietly, I cursed myself for not eating more of Gretel's omelette while I had the chance. Sure, he was a bit of a brat, but he fed me, clothed me, kidnapped you also? And kept me locked up, exactly. Ultimately, I still had no idea why he had me imprisoned here. All I could tell was that he had good intentions. No, he didn't! What do you mean? He's weird! As a result, I wasn't afraid of him, and I still loved him. But nevertheless, these circumstances... My stomach growled again. No amount of sentimentality will pause my bodily function. Gretel shifted against me ever so slightly. Gretel, you're awake?
ええ、まあ、
I knew it.
姉さん、お腹空いたんですか？
Meow meow meow. No idea what you're talking about.
僕、作りましょうか。
No, no, that's okay.
遠慮なんてしなくていいのに。
Hustle or not, I didn't feel right eating a midnight snack, much less asking him to make it for me. Besides, I was the one who couldn't finish my food earlier. But as I thought back to dinner time, something else occurred to me. What about you, Gretel? You didn't eat dinner at all. Aren't you hungry?
ご心配なく。
Oi.
僕は姉さんみたいに食いしん坊じゃないですから。
Kitty punch! Good. This time I hit him in the solar plexus at point blank range. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Oh, look at him! Okay, he's kind of cute there. Oh, he's so grumpy. Okay, no, I refuse to give in. It's a little cute, but he's still a jackass. He glared back at me, tears welling in his eyes.
姉さん。
Oh! As revenge, he clamped down on me like a vice until I smacked his leg to tap out. Once he loosened his grip, I immediately gasped for breath. You think maybe we could go easy on me from now on?
そうですか？十分甘やかしてると思いますが。
I mean, your idea of lenient is rather...
いや、そんなに甘やかされるのが嫌なら、これからは厳しくいきます。
No, I said wither, weather, feather, forever!
なんかだんだん投げやりになってきてますね。ま、いいですけど、僕も、forever、永遠に姉さんを離しません？
When will I be free? There was a total nonsense conversation. Evidently, Gretel was of the same opinion, because when our eyes met, we both burst out laughing. Times like these, it felt like nothing had changed between us at all. Like nothing had changed. Fighting back a sigh, I nuzzled myself into his chest. Then I closed my eyes and plummeted into the darkness. How did the rest of the world view our brother-sister connection?
姉さん、遅れますよ。
Hold on a minute, I'm almost done. One fine morning, Gretel was breathing down my neck while I was boxing up our lunches. There, done. Perfect lunch if I do say so myself. Here you go. I handed one of the lunch boxes to Gretel.
ありがとうございます。
Then he looked at the other three sitting on the table.
いつも大変ですね。
As if you don't work hard yourself.
だって、人事ですから。
His lips curled into a playful smirk. But I knew the truth. I knew he had packed my book back for me.
途中まで持ってあげますよ。
He always offered to carry my thing. Aw, thank you. Kitty, I nuzzled myself against his arm.
お弁当落としますよ。
No, don't! Yeah, a bit too close for siblings, bro. Together, the two of us walked to school. Our town was a relatively famous tourist trap rich in natural beauty. The forest and the lake. Near the lake was a large cluster of summer homes. Main Street was a classy part of town, home to a lot of historical buildings and museums, not to mention souvenir shops and cafes targeting the tourists. That said, it was still a rural town, so it lacked the many attractions and modern conveniences of a more urban city. But as long as I had Gretel, I didn't need anything more. Oh yeah, so how's school? The question came to mind on a whim, so I voiced it.
どうって、普通ですよ。
What does that mean?
ええ。特に問題なく、つつがなく過ごしているということです。姉さんこそ、どうなんですか？
Me? Oh, you mean college? How's college? It's fun? It's fun.
姉さんは悩みなんてなさそうですもんね。
Oi. Rolling his eyes, he shook his head. Rude, I have worries of my own, you know.
例えば
Paused for a moment, then answered. Trying to figure out what my worries are.
なんで疑問形なんですか？いいじゃないですか。悩みがなくたって。人間らしくはないですけど、姉さんらしくあります。
I'm not sure I like the way you put that.
気のせいじゃありません。僕はあなたのことをアホっぽいと暗に言ったわけです。
Rude. Imply? You just said it flat out. As we approached Gretel's community college, the streets grew more populated with other students. Additionally, those students seemed to be sneaking furtive glances at us. No, not seemed to be. They definitely were. But this happened every time, so I was used to it.
姉さんは目立つからな。
'Cause I'm so beautiful, you mean? I meant it as a joke, but Gretel fixed me with an icy stare. Then he let out a huge, exaggerated yawn.
明らかに違う学校の生徒が歩いてれば嫌でも目につきますよ。
I don't really mind it personally. What about you?
僕ですか？僕は
Just then?
よーっせ
Whoa, Wolfie? A loud voice called out to us from behind. Wolfie! Oh, different hood. I turned around to find a guy wearing a thick black rimmed glasses, a wolf ear hoodie, and a big toothy grin. Not to diss his style or anything because he was rocking it, but where on earth did he get that weird hoodie? Good morning, Wolfie.
はよっせアリスちゃん。グレーテル。
なんで僕がおまけみたいな扱いなんですか？
いやー、気のせいだってグレちゃん。
Tapped Gretel on the back. In contrast to Wolfie's high spirits, however, Gretel didn't even try to hide his displeasure.
その呼び方はやめてくださいと。
別にいいじゃねえか。先輩が素晴らしい相性をつけてやったってのに何が不満なんだよ。
ダサい、安直すぎる。
なんだと？
For the record, despite his boyish demeanor, Wolfie was actually in college with me. Consequently, he tried to treat Gretel like a little brother, but watching their antics, one would think they were peers. Grumpy Gretel. It had alliterative appeal and it was accurate.
今、失礼なこと考えませんでした？
Why? I flinched as he rounded on me next.
だいたいなんで狼さんがここにいるんですか？あなたの家から学校までの経路にここは存在しないはずですけど。
アリスちゃんに聞いたら毎朝遠回りしてお前と一緒に登校してるって言うから邪魔してやろうと思って。
へえ、そうですか。
Turned and glared at me with a look that said, "Don't give this idiot information he doesn't need." I averted my gaze and he sighed.
ここまででいいですよね。
With that, he stopped short and started to divvy up our belongings. Wait, what? But we're not at your school yet.
何が悲しくて姉とその友人と一緒に登校しなくちゃならないんですか？恥ずかしい。はい、これお弁当です。
あ、サンキュー。
Wolfie enthusiastically held out both hands. With a cold, scornful glare, Gretel dropped the lunchbox on the ground. Hey, I made that! You shouldn't do that! That's like so mean. I made that.
俺のお弁当！
すみません先輩。つい手が滑ってしまって。
I wanna deck him on the face. Playing the role of a clumsy younger student, he donned a guilty expression.
嘘だ！絶対わざとだろ！
嫌だな。そんなこと先輩にするわけないじゃないですか。
Gretel smiled affably and patted Wolfie on the back. It was very condescending. Not that I had any right to criticize him.
はい、姉さん。
Eh. Sorry, I accidentally hit my mic. For a second there, I was worried he'd drop mine too, but evidently not. Lent me my things, then turned around and started walking. Wait. My thing just broke. No! Hold up. I'm out of space suddenly. Oh no. I do. Let me fix that real quick.
それじゃあ、行ってきまーす。
Okay, I'll be waiting for you at the usual spot. I waved after him. Even after he stepped into the crowd of other students, I never lost sight of him. Not once. And I realized Wolfie was looking at me. When I tilted my head at him inquiringly, he smiled stiffly.
そんなにあいつが心配？
Yeah.
過保護っすね。
Yeah, she is. Is that a bad thing?
ダメじゃねえけど、もうちょっと気使った方がいいんじゃねえのかな。
I fell silent for a moment, then asked, You don't think I'm considerate enough?
まあちょっと同じ学校ならともかくさあ。
So I should stop walking him to school for a while. Wolfie heard my voice deflate and hastily changed track.
いやごめん。肝心なのは俺や周りの意見じゃなくてグレちゃんがどう思ってるかだからさ。今度本人に直接聞いてみたらどうかなって思ったわけっすよ。
Right. I didn't want to inconvenience him after all. Smiled slightly. Maybe you should avoid walking to school with me too. They might spread rumors.
どんとこいっす。むしろ大歓迎。
Aw, thanks, Wolfie.
どういたしまして。
Was always a good friend to me. By the way,
なんすか？はっ、まさかようやく俺の魅力に気づいたんじゃ。
I've noticed something, alright. I glanced around. Felt like the people around us were snickering at us, or rather at Wolfie specifically.
なんすか？
He didn't seem to have noticed, however, so I gestured over his shoulder.
背中？
Ah, Gretel stuck something, huh? He reached behind him and retrieved the piece of paper that had been taped there.
なんだこれ。注意。僕はバカでスケベな狼です。女の子は食べちゃうぞ。ガオ。
How?
くそ、あの野郎！
Wolfie turned to run after Gretel, but it was too late. He was already safely inside the school building. My little brother was a force to be reckoned with. When had he found the time to write that? Also, where did he get the tape? Okay, I need to go to the toilet again. Be right back. Alright, I am back. Later that evening, as soon as I finished my classes for the day, I headed straight to Gretel's school. By now, classes had already ended for the day, so I could spot students on the streets headed home. Arriving at the school gate, I walked over to a nearby pillar and leaned against it. I could hear the shouts of the sports team and faint music from the brass band. Gretel was in his last year of community college, so he wasn't part of any club. Thus, I could reliably expect him to leave campus relatively early. As the students passed through the gates, they all stared at the weird girl hanging around their school. That said, I was already on familiar terms with a lot of them, so I just smiled and waved. This was just another part of my daily routine. That day, Gretel didn't turn up at his usual time. He's really late. I glanced over at the school entrance again and again. All the clubless students had already left by now, so the doors weren't opening. One of the boys' sports team waved at me as they jogged laps around campus. I shot them a supportive thumbs up. Minutes passed 10, 20, 30. Then, as I started to contemplate what to make for dinner, a girl walked out through the gates, raised her hand to mean greeting, and then hurried off. Do I know her? I waved back at her to be polite, but I didn't recognize her face. Puzzled, I tilted my head, but just then, a voice called out to me from behind.
お待たせしました、姉さん。
Instantly, my face brightened up, hearing his voice, but I restrained myself to a small smile as I turned back, my skirt fluttering with emotion. Hey, Gretel, don't worry, I wasn't waiting long. I looked up at him, batting my eyelashes like a magazine model as I replied with the most cliché stock answer known to mankind.
そんなどうでもいい嘘つかないでいいですよ。ほら、行きますよ。
He blew me off completely. Hey, wait! Is he being so salty with me? That reminds me, Wolfie was really upset about what you did this morning. He was like, he ruined my hot guy rep, dude! I'll never forgive him for that. I did my best Wolfie impression.
三下のセリフですね。あの人らしい。というか、別に間違ったことは書いてないと思いますけど。
Got back to the contents of his message.
注意、僕はバカでスケベな狼です。女の子は食べちゃうぞ。ガオー。
I mean, yeah, he is pretty horny.
ほら。
I was trying to stand up for him, but instead I ended up validating Gretel's insult. I can practically hear him shrieking, Dude, you're such a jerk! Sorry, Wolfie.
いいんですよ、あれくらい。
His attitude towards me was salty, then his attitude towards Wolfie was rock salty. As my heart quietly went out to Wolfie, my eyes met Gretel's. He came to a stop, so I followed suit. What's up? The setting sun illuminated his face, softening his expression. He seemed to have something on his mind. After a pause, he opened his mouth to speak.
姉さんのバーカ!
What the fuck did I do? Huh? I was caught completely off guard. The look on his face was so serious. I never would have imagined he was about to insult me.
すっきりした。
What did I do? He smelled as though a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, but I was still at a loss. Dude, you're such a jerk. Oh, they're copying Wolfie. Not funny, Gretel. On our way home, I tried to find out what it was that inspired him to call me a dirty dumbass, but he stubbornly refused to tell me. Why? We're home. On arriving home, I went straight to the kitchen and pulled on my apron. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath. Rah! Why rah? Then opened my eyes and slammed the rock salt as hard as I could. Ew. Make crystal broke into small pieces. From there, I would grind it into a powder with a hammer. Yes, I was using rock salt as an ingredient in tonight's dinner. What was that all about, anyway? I wasn't the kind of girl who got off on insults. Instead, I dug through the day's events to investigate the cause. As I recalled, we've been discussing Wolfie right beforehand. Could that have anything to do with it? And if so, was it purely because Gretel despised Wolfie from the bottom of his heart? Or maybe he's totally jealous of him.
何ニヤニヤしてるんですか?
You know, judging from her attitude, I feel like Taisho is actually happy about being kidnapped, right? She's kinda into her brother, more than how her brother is into her right now. Just then, the sudden voice behind me made me slam the rock salt in surprise.
危なって!気をつけてください!怪我しますよ!
Or maybe you could stop sneaking up on me like that.
姉さんもお願いですから、ハンマーを下ろしてください!
Recoiling, Gretel indicated the hammer I was holding aloft. Alright, sorry. I snapped back to my senses and put the hammer on the counter. So, weren't you supposed to be studying?
そのつもりでしたが、なんとなく姉さんの様子を伺いに来ました。
You randomly decided? Just randomly? That is some sixth sense crap. Did you hear what I was saying?
もちろん聞いていましたよ。嫉妬って言ってましたよね。
What? No! I said, I got lint in my belly button.
汚い言葉を使わないでください。
Ouch! With a glare, he carrotly chopped me on the head. Sorry, it just slipped out. As I clutched my head, Gretel put his hands on his hips and shook his head.
まったく、姉さんも女性だという自覚を持ってください。
Huh? This Gretel's expression shifted into an unspoken, oh crap. So I pounced. Sorry, I missed it. Could you repeat that?
なんでですか?
Because I didn't hear you the first time.
何ニヤニヤしてるんですか? キモいです。
I'm a creep. Now come on, one more time. As I pestered him, Gretel finally snapped.
もう、姉さんも一応、女性なんだから、おしとやかに振る舞ってくださいってことですよ。
Oh, I see, I get it. Yeah, I'm a girl. I'm a girl, you know? A girl like me ought to think before she speaks. He didn't normally acknowledge my gender at all, so it tickled me. In contrast to my amusement, however, Gretel looked furious.
その岩塩、今日の料理で使う予定ですか?
Was very clearly trying to change the subject. Don't worry, little bro. I'll take the bait for you. Yeah, it is.
僕も使います。いいですよね?
Not at all. What are you making this time?
ソルトアイスでも作ろうかと。
Ooh, yummy. But it's winter.
暖かい部屋の中で食べるので構いません。冬のアイスこそ至高の贅沢です。別に良さを分かってくれなんて言いませんよ。全部僕の胃の中に収めますので。
I want some too. I raised my hand eagerly.
ストレスが溜まった時は甘いものに限りますからね。
Huh? I didn't know you ever got stressed out.
さすがに殴りますよ。
He balled his hand into a fist. But I'm a girl! He raised both hands in surrender. Out of nowhere, his expression turned deadly serious. My heart skipped a beat.
姉さん、僕がなんで姉さんにバカって言ったのか。もし。
Huh? Yeah, sure.
それは。
バカ面してるからだろ。
Oh, it's him! Yoshi! Just then, who should cut into the conversation but my lollipop-loving older brother?
弁当箱。
So he's still our big brother in this route. Okay. He set the now empty lunchbox on top of my head. I grabbed it and looked up at him. What are you doing here?
なんでって。俺の家だからだろ。
I mean, yeah, but you never come over. Supposedly our house was too far from his workplace, so Ryoshi rented his own place to stay on commute time.
たまには帰ってやれって両親にも頼まれてるしな。
There's nothing to check. We're fine.
お前はな。
Smacked me over the head. Then he pulled the lollipop out of his mouth and looked at Gretel, who had yet to say a word.
お帰りなさい、漁師さん。
I don't ever address my brother by name, only his title.
ああ、学校の方はどうなんだ？
順調ですよ。特に問題はありません。
そうみたいだな。
They look a little alike. So awkward. End of conversation. Hastily, I cut in to break up the awkward tension. Yoshi, why don't you spend the night tonight? We can have whatever you want for dinner.
何がいいってもう決まってんだろ。別にそれでいい。
僕、勉強があるので。失礼します。
And with that, Gretel left the room as though he couldn't bear to stay there a single moment longer. Hey, wait!
おい、
Before I could chase after him, however, Yoshi stopped me. What?
随分と仲良くやってるみたいだが、あまり気を許しすぎないようにしろよ。
Excuse me? I responded in a flat, icy tone. He was talking about Gretel as if he was some dangerous criminal. Yoshi narrowed his eyes and pointed his lollipop in my face.
両親とお前はあいつを信用してるが、俺は基本的にあいつを信用していない。あいつは本当の兄弟じゃないんだからな。
Interesting. So interesting. Later at dinner. Normally Gretel and I would be having a fun time eating and chatting right about now, but tonight was very different. It was quiet, unnaturally quiet. The slightest clink of the silverware grated on me. Both of them ate my tomato simmered chicken, rock salt soup, and rock salt salad in total silence. So, how's the food? Unable to take the awkwardness any longer, I spoke in my most cheerful tone. Silence. I tried to play mediator, but my attempts were completely ignored. If only Wolfie were here. With his aggressive optimism, surely the two of us could get the ball rolling. But alas. I can't count on my teammates, then I'll just have to score a goal myself. Clearly my mistake was that I had framed it as an open question. This time I decided I would tailor my questions to each person. That didn't work well, I'd probably be devastated, honestly. How are things going, Ryoshi?
どうって何がどうなんだよ。
You know what I mean? What's new with you? Your health, your job, your love life, anything.
体調は万全だし、仕事もまあ特に。女性関係も不自由はしていない。
Oh? Perfect. Now I just need to keep the conversation going. Reminds me, you're always making girls cry, aren't you? Why, just the other day we had some haughty ladies storm in and demand to see you. Right, Gretel? New topic of conversation. My brother's womanizing ways. Clearly we could find some common ground to have some fun moment together.
僕は記憶にないです。
Gretel stared blankly back. You don't? I looked at Ryoshi. He glared back with a look that said, keep your mouth shut. Sorry, guess you weren't there. The plan had completely backfired. Instead of softening attention, I added to it. I think this is what they call a self-own. I'm not giving up yet. Gretel, are you still planning to make rock salt ice cream after this? Can I help? This time I addressed Gretel.
すみません。そのことですが、今日は勉強を優先することにします。
He's suddenly so polite. Like the way he speaks. In an instant, my one ray of hope was snuffed out. Aww. He groaned sadly. At this, Gretel stopped eating and frowned at me, conflicted. But this was an unusual reaction.
別に一緒に作ればいいじゃねえか。
And Ryoshi spoke, and Gretel's expression closed off altogether.
勉強があるので。
His voice was cold and hard.
ごちそうさま。
He rose from his seat. I'll wash your plate for you, okay?
ありがとうございます。
And so after rinsing his dirty dishes, he left the room. As the door had closed behind him, he hissed at Ryoshi. This is all your fault!
なんでだよ。
He scowled at me in annoyance. Your attitude makes Gretel uncomfortable.
逆だろ。あいつが俺を嫌ってるんだよ。てか、別に喧嘩してるわけじゃねえんだから、お前があれこれ気を回すことねえだろ。
Be nicer to him.
したさ。けど、こればかりはどうにもならないってことだ。
Interesting. He rose to his feet.
だいたい、俺がこの家にいないのも、あいつのためだろ。
And with that, he walked out. Alone, I ate the rest of my soup in silence. His blessing, I opened the door and entered Gretel's room. All the while, I kept my surprise hidden behind my back. Gretel, how's studying going? Making any progress? He didn't look up from his desk.
それなりに。
Am I interrupting? I can come back later if you want.
邪魔じゃないです。
Then finally he turned to look at me.
甘い匂いがする。
That's out of the bag.
バレバレですよ。僕は甘いものには目がないんです。
As I fidgeted with excitement, he beckoned to me. Quickly, I hurried over and showed him what I was hiding. Ta-da! I made you some rock salt cookies.
僕のために作ってくれたんですか？
Well, we were going to make rock salt ice cream, but you ran off back here to study. So, since you're being such a hard worker, I thought I would reward you with a treat. Sweet scent filled the room as I opened the jar of cookies. I felt around for one that was still warm, then pulled it out and held it to his mouth. Hesitated for a moment, ultimately caved to the bewitching power of sweet. Pushed the cookie into his mouth and he started to chew slowly. As I saw him swallow, I asked, was it good?
30点。
Oh, so bad! Well, that's better than a 0. Not by much, but oh well.
硬い。サクサク感が足りない。クッキーっていうのは食べた瞬間サクリと軽やかな音が耳に響くものですが、これはそこまでに至らない。あと、噛んだ瞬間が粉っぽい。混ぜ方が決定的に足りないんですよ。切るように混ぜるのは途中まで。あとは混ぜ練ることが均一な生地を作るポイントなんです。姉さんが作ったということで基準を激甘にしていますが、いかにも東城が作った手作りクッキーって感じです。
So Gretel went on a long rant. He was dead serious too. He was making eye contact the entire time.
ま、僕以外なら60点ってところでしょうね。
Point promotion almost got me excited, but then I realized it wasn't much of an improvement. I'll take your feedback into consideration for next time.
別に精進しなくてもいいですよ。
He doesn't want to eat more. Huh? Why not? I was expecting him to say please do, so this caught me off guard.
なんでって。
His voice faltered. Then as I stared at him in confusion, he suddenly snatched the jar of cookies out of my hands.
ち
Hey!
なみに、これってあの人にもあげたんですか？
Huh? didn't respond, which meant he was probably talking about Ryoshi. How silly, I made this specifically for you.
そうですか。
Smiling to himself slightly, he pulled out another cookie and shoved it into his mouth. Evidently, he was planning to eat them despite their poor quality. You not like the Roshi? Rose.
姉さんは姉さんは優秀ですよね。
Yeah, maybe? What about it? I knew he was changing the subject, but I went with it anyway.
美人だし、スタイルはいいし、
Whoa.
明るくて、元気で、頭も良くて、料理もできる。
How rare! What are you trying to do? Why are you suddenly praising me? That's weird. Oh, what's going on? This is uncharacteristically nice of you. Were you really craving cookies or something? Or has all that studying made you delirious? Pressed my palm to his forehead, but he smacked it away.
別に冗談で言ったわけじゃないですよ。対外的評価を述べたまでです。
It's just shocking, dude. Thanks? If these were honest compliments, then they deserve an honest thank you.
姉さんはモテるでしょ。
Yeah, I guess? He pursed his lips bitterly. No attempt was made to conceal the displeasure on his face.
姉さんは完璧だと思いますよ。性格以外は。
Excuse me? Are you saying I should keep my mouth shut?
別に黙ってろとは言いませんよ。むしろ、どんどん喋って、どんどん幻滅させてってください。
So mean. The more I talk, the less anyone likes me? Panic in my voice brought me to my senses. Wait a minute.
嫉妬じゃありません。自分の都合のいいように考えないでください。
Oh, okay. Steered into space, defeated, as my last ray of hope was promptly dashed.
今日、僕、クラスメートの女の子に告白されたんです。
That was why he took a while. Confessed what? Girl, please.
好きです、付き合ってくださいってやつです。
Uh-huh. Cool. My voice came out flatter than I was expecting. In terms of romantic interests, Gretel probably received quite a lot himself, since he had such a cute face. Wait, is that why you were late to leaving school today?
はい。放課後に呼び出されました。
Not back to the girl who had passed through the gates just before Gretel. Was that her?
姉さんと違って可愛い子でした。おとなしくて、いかにも守ってあげたくなるみたい。
Rude! Sounded an awful lot like he was implying I was ugly, loud, annoying, and not worth protecting at all. One minute I was on cloud 9 from all his compliments, and now this. He was knocking me around like a ping pong ball.
でも、断りました。
What? You did? How come? My pitch spiked to match my mood.
スイーツと同じですよ。美味しいものを食べれば食べるほど、味覚は研ぎ澄まされていく。そうなると、普通の基準じゃ満足できなくなる。
Okay. My gaze drifted to the jar of amateur cookies in his hand.
姉さんと一緒にいると、要求する基準値が上がるんです。
Wait, so... You turn her down because she doesn't measure up compared to me? It felt incredibly arrogant to say out loud, but I wanted to make sure I was understanding him correctly. Miss Gretel rose to his feet and pinched my nose. Ah!
だから言ったんですよ。姉さんのバカって。
What? Gretel? Never had I felt so happy to be insulted. If this is what it means to be a dumbass, then so be it.
姉さん、 起きてください。姉さん。
I could feel someone shaking me, but my drowsiness was stronger, keeping my eyelids firmly closed. The would-be rouser fell silent, suggesting that he had given up. Thus, I was now free to sleep as much as I wanted.
起きないと、いたずらしますよ。
A sudden whisper in my ear made me bolt upright in the bed.
おはようございます、姉さん。
Morning, Gretel. When I opened my leaden eyes, I found Gretel smiling amiably at me.
昨日はよく眠れましたか？
Hard to say. My head was fuzzy, probably because I had just only woken up. In fact, if I wasn't careful, I might just drift off again. Ugh.
寝ないでください。
She's so mean. Meow meow meow, we kitty cats are certified nap experts.
また脱がしますよ。
Bro, what is this? Good morning, Gretel! What fine weather we are having! This time I snapped awake completely.
早く顔を洗って着替えてください。
Promptly handed me a washcloth and a change of clothes. Okay. Adding back a yawn, I headed for the bathroom. As much as I wanted to ignore Gretel's pranks, I was on his home turf, so to speak. We were alone together and he was my captor. As my captor, he was also functionally my supervisor and manager. Manager sounds weird, no? He's like a captor. You should stop it there. After all, he was in charge of my meals, clothing, baths, everything. So I had no choice but to follow the path he laid out for me each and every day. Gretel? Can we talk?
何ですか、姉さん。
What on earth am I wearing? The outfit Gretel had prepared for me was a cross between a kimono and an apron. Not only that, but the bottom half was a miniskirt with furry lace trim. It was adorable. Coming from my little brother?
似合っていますよ。かわいい。
Huh? You think so? I wasn't exactly excited to wear a pinafore. Hearing that I looked cute made me happy.
ええ、いかがわしい店にいそうで。
Oh my
い
god.
かにも変態とおっさんが喜びそうです。
Thanks. I regret ever trusting you.
大丈夫ですよ。僕以外が姉さんの恥ずかしい姿を見ることはありませんから。いわゆる和風メイドってやつですね。この服を着れば少しは姉さんも従順になるかなと思って。まずは形からですよ、姉さん。というわけで、姉さん、こっちに来てください。
What for? Hi, welcome, LV. Thank you for coming. Gretel's smile was as radiant as the morning sun. I braced myself.
大丈夫です。何もしません。
The music suggests otherwise, bro. Has he ever once said that and actually meant it? I don't think so. He looks scary. I am scared. As I squinted dubiously at him, he quickly lost his patience. Seizing me by the arm, he yanked me closer to him.
はい、これ。
Placed something on my head. What is it? I put a hand to my head and felt something crumpled.
カチューシャです。
Oh.
フリフリの。ほら、メイドさんがよく頭につけてるじゃないですか。あれです。うん。かわいいかわいい。
I've never heard like the scary music before. Very interesting. Is this what you're into, Gretel? Maids?
僕がこういうのが趣味だって言ったら、ずっとこの格好でいてくれるんですか？
What?
だったら、何度でも言ってあげますよ。
Scary?
僕は和風メイドの女の子が大好きです。ぶっちゃけ萌え萌えです。
You're utterly incorrigible, master. If he was going to tease me, then I was going to tease him right back.
はい、よくできました。
Huh? Yeah, this guy is like a yandere. Like we have like a brother sister yandere thing going on right now, and we're currently being held captive by our own little brother. I don't understand either what's going on, genuinely. And she seems to be fine with it completely. Like the main character? Yeah. Patted me on the head as if to reward me. More than an older sister, more than a maid, I felt like his pet?
さてと、そろそろ僕は行きますね。
He grabbed his book bag off the chair. Going where?
学校ですよ。
School? He was so casual about it, I failed to react for a second.
当然でしょ。こう見えて僕は受験生ですよ。
Well, sorry for thinking you were too busy kidnapping your sister to go to school. Don't you roll your eyes at me, mister? And I want to go with you.
ああ、姉さんはいいんです。ここで留守番しててください。
Will you stay and watch the house? Can I say no? Or will he get mad? Can I? No?
大丈夫です。すぐに帰ってきますので。
He doesn't care about my answer. He brushed me off with a sunny smile.
おう、朝ごはんは用意しておいたので、食べてくださいね。
Indicated the kitchen. Looked over then, and while I was distracted, Gretel grabbed me by the arm. What?
そういえば、手を縛らなきゃなと思って。
How am I supposed to eat then, huh? Spoke with the offhanded tone of someone who forgot to turn the oven off. I can't eat breakfast with my hands tied. I tried to shake him off, but he was stronger, and he swiftly tied my wrists together. Nevertheless, I flailed even harder, and he pinned me on the floor again. Ah!
大丈夫ですよ。ほら、
Oh my
爪楊
god.
枝取りのように腰を折って食べればいいじゃないですか。髪がつかないようにあらかじめまとめておきますから。
No, it would be a lot less hassle for the both of us if you would just not tie me up in the first place. I'm starting to get legitimately angry at his flagrant disregard for my human rights. You're starting to piss me off, you know?
姉さんに怒られるのは嫌ですけど、姉さんに逃げられるのはもっと嫌なんです。
Once he finished tying my hands and hair, he rose to his feet as if nothing had happened.
すみません姉さん。でも姉さんも悪いんですよ。僕は僕がいる間に姉さんに朝ごはんを食べさせてあげようとしたのに、なかなか起きてくれないんですから。
He's so sweet. What do you mean? No, he's... What do you mean? Bruh, are you okay? Do you need help? I glared up at him from the floor. He crouched down to meet my gaze once more. And he cupped my chin in his hand, tilted my face up, and whispered sweetly.
姉さん、くれぐれも外には出ないように。
How terrifying. Ah! Screaming, I threw a kick at the door. Sure, my skirt flew up, and it wasn't very ladylike, but I didn't care. Not like anyone could see me right now. Unfortunately, the door didn't budge. Meanwhile, I was nearly in tears from the pain in my foot. I guess I can't kick it down. Leaned back against the wall and slid down to a sitting position. Then, once I calmed down, I started to think. From the sounds of it, it would appear that the door had two locks, one on the inside and one on the outside. It made sense, of course. What kind of crappy house would this be if it couldn't be locked from the inside? Since he wanted to keep me inside at all costs, it would make sense for him to invest in a padlock or something similar that could only be unlocked from the outside. Sure, the door was only made of wood. There was no way I could kick it down by myself. Based on these factors, I concluded that I wasn't getting out through the main exit anytime soon. Not that I need to destroy the door. If I could get my hands free, I could just open the window. Hi, Risa! Welcome! Thank you for coming. I am in the middle of being locked up in a cabin in the woods. Hi! For the record, my wrists were more tight with cloth. I could probably free myself if I really wanted to. And no matter how easy it was to get untied, it would be nearly impossible to tie myself back up. I don't even know what I would do once I got out. I didn't know precisely where this cabin was located, beyond in a forest. Pipirisa, you should go to bed then. Gretel couldn't drive a car, nor could he have carried me very far on foot without assistance. So I had a reasonably good idea of where I was. After all, our town was known for its summer homes, many of which were cute little cottages in the forest. But I still didn't understand the most important part, Gretel's motive. Must I say hi to the lovely Vere? Aw, Risa, you're so sweet. Thank you. Hi. Yes, I will hydrate. Thank you. Why would he go to all the trouble of locking me up in here? He said it was to protect me, but from what? How did he arrive at this idea? No guarantee he'll ever actually tell me. Next, I reflected on Gretel's behavior. Sure, he liked to mess around with me, but would he really seek out an empty cabin, make it fit to inhabit, and buy me new clothes, all as a joke? I sincerely doubt it. Anyway, I looked at the bread sitting on the kitchen counter, cut neatly into bite-sized pieces. Beside it was a cup of what I assumed to be hot chocolate, though it had long since gone cold. My stomach had been growling like crazy for a while now, but I was not a pet, and as such I refused to eat the food he left out for me. He bullied me and dressed me up in whatever costume he wanted, but I still had my dignity, my pride, if you will. Guess I'll sleep until Gretel comes back. I could avoid looking at the food, but my brain still knew it was there. Thus, my only option was to shut myself down. Then when Gretel got home, I could make him feed me something. Or so I thought. But just then... Huh? I heard a knock and turned in the direction of the sound. What? I jumped to my feet. Who's there? Oh! A man was standing outside the window. This wasn't just any ordinary man. He was wearing a pointed hat and a cape, with a black cat on his shoulder. Weirdo alert!
君も十分変な子だけどね。
Weirdo grinned at me.
出ようと思えば出られるのに、好きで閉じ込められているだなんて。世間一般からすれば変わっているよ。
Can I leave whenever I wanted?
おっと、今の君は世間から隔離されてるわけだから、
Interesting.
世間の基準なんか関係ないか。
Spoke as though he already knew everything about me and my current circumstances. I rushed over to the window. You know my brother Gretel?
知っているよ。
And do you know who I am?
もちろん。
You know why we're out here?
もちろん知ってるよ。
Smirked at me knowingly.
僕は魔法使い。何でも知っている物知りさんさ。君が教えてほしいと願うなら、教えてあげてもいいけど、君は本当にそれを知りたいと思う？
Thus I stopped to think. Who was this man? Was he lying or telling the truth? Whose side was he on? Was this the right move to make? In the end, I decided... I'm sorry. As much as I want to know, I can't ask you. Not right now. What do you mean, girl? Girl, you're literally locked up. What do you mean?
それはなぜ？
I don't know you, but I can tell that you're probably telling the truth when you say you know about me and Gretel. However, you're not the one who trapped me in here. Gretel is.
なるほど。つまり本人の口から直接聞きたいということだね。
Girl is crazy. Yeah, sorry to change my mind on you like that.
別にいいよ。だって僕も彼がどういう理由で君を閉じ込めようとしたのかまでは知らないし。
What? Defeated, I slumped my forehead against the window pane. Loud noise startled the wizard's cat, who bolted. Just said you know everything.
僕も万能じゃないからな。
Laughed and shrugged. So you were just screwing with me?
まさか。ただ僕は僕で制限があるんだよ。万能そうに見えて意外と融通が利かないんだ。
The word choice caught my attention and I narrowed my eyes. Is that because you're Gretel's accomplice?
さあ、
He smiled without batting a lash.
僕が知っているのは大まかな流れと
Interesting.
目指す結末だけ。それ以外もまあ知ってるけど知らないこともあるというか。
All I could deduce from this that there wasn't necessarily any confirmation that he was Gretel's accomplice.
あ、君が望むならここから出してあげることもできるよ。でも君はそれを望んでいないんでしょ？
It's not that I want to stay here, but I'll hold off for now.
なら今の僕にできることはない。残念だけど。
Shrugged sadly. That's demonstrably false, actually.
え？
He stared at me, his eyes as drawn as saucers. You think there's nothing you can do for me? Well, I disagree. We're having a conversation, aren't we? As he blinked in surprise, I smirked mischievously at him. Would you chat with me for a while, Mr. Wizard? I'm really bored in here. For a moment he froze, his brown eyes fixed on mine. Then he grinned.
いいよ。君が何を考えているのかよくわからないけど、君が望むなら僕はいつでもいつだって君の暇つぶしに付き合ってあげよう。
Thank you. Let me go get a chair. Right as I stepped away from the window, a familiar sound caught my attention. It was my stomach, reminding me that I was still human.
お腹空いたの？
Oh god, you heard it?
そっか、お腹空いてるんだね。
I mean, there is food here, technically. Slumping my shoulders, I glanced at the kitchen.
なら食べればいいじゃないか。
I would, except there's one little problem. I turned my back to him and hopped up and down to bring my bound wrist into view.
猫みたいに？
What is it with these people? I know they're crazy, you poor girl. I would have been tearing my hair out right about now, but I couldn't use my hands, so instead I jumped up and down in frustration.
じゃあ僕が食べさせてあげようか。
Huh? Heard the man, it's breakfast time.
ヒロインちゃん、口開けて。はい。あーん。
How the fuck did you get in, babes? I sat in my chair, hands still bound, as the wizard fed me my toast. It's so good! The bread in question was a small Russian breakfast roll baked by Gretel himself. Normally I would have liked to slather it in butter and jam, or even make a ham and cheese sandwich out of it. This would have to do. Sure, it was a plain bread, but it was still delicious by itself.
もっといる？
Yes, please. My request, the wizard grabbed another bad-sized piece of the brötchen and held it up to my mouth so I could bite it. So much nicer than having a certain someone stuff it into my mouth without asking.
なんだか餌付けしてるみたいだな。
Stomped my foot in protest. So how did you get in here so easily, you know, with all the locks on the door? Seriously, the dude practically waltzed in here. After he offered to assist me, I was like, how? And he was like this, and the door swung open. And since I didn't hear him unlock anything, it kind of left me with a lot of unanswered questions.
魔法使いだし。
Okay then. He gave me one of his non-answers, sorry. That said, if he didn't want to reveal his secret, then I couldn't exactly force him. No sense in pressing further. For now, anyway. Anyway? I wonder how Gretel would feel if he knew about us doing this. You know, having a visibly shady stranger feed me bread while I'm tied up?
こんなところを見られたら、グレーテル君に何をされるかわからないじゃなくて？
Same difference, really.
そうかも。
Wizard laughed cheerfully. I couldn't really get a read on him. No, he could have just untied me so I could eat, then tied me back up after.
どうせ結び直すのならどっちも同じだと思うけど。
It's pretty different to me. The wizard looked up suddenly. What is it?
そろそろ彼が戻ってくるみたいだ。どうする？
Question made me pause. I'd only wondered how Gretel would react if he saw us. Was I about to find out? Alright, but you gotta go. For some reason, the word infidelity came to mind. You are literally locked up, girl. Infidelity is like the last of your concern. Trust me.
Hi, hi.
With a lighthearted wave, he headed for the door. Be sure to lock it behind you, girl.
わかったよ。
Girl, please. Get a grip. There's a lot more I want to say to you, but I'll limit myself to just one last thing. Thank you so much.
いえいえ。
Opened the door and I caught a tiny glimpse of the world beyond. Wait, before you go? I stopped him one last time. Looks back over his shoulder at me. I hesitated for a moment, then asked, Will I see you again?
そうだね。いつかまたそんな日が来るかもしれない。それじゃあ、またね、ヒロインちゃん。
See you! Girl. Get a grip, holy shit. As requested, he locked the door from the outside before he left. Once that lock was in place, I managed to lock it from the inside too. What a strange man. I got out of breath and sat down on the spot. Everything about him was a total mystery, but I couldn't sense any ill will toward me. That said, if he was able to bypass Gretel's security system, then chances were good he was in on the scheme. She needs help! She needs mental help immediately! She's insane! She's so chill about this. Just then I sensed someone on the other side of the door, so I rose to my feet. I heard the sound of the door unlocking and then it opened.
ただいま。
Welcome home, Gretel. That was fast. Sure enough, here he was. I donned a smile to hide my internal panic.
誰か訪ねてきたりしませんでした？
Will you be honest with Gretel? Fuck no. Unless they make me? Yes? Oh my god. Yes, I will be honest. Girl! Yeah. I am going insane. I answered him honestly, and his expression twisted sharply.
それは誰ですか？いつ、
Right.
そいつと話をしたんですか？
His voice was startlingly icy, and it made me flinch, but I quickly recovered. Now, see? Little kitty cat's having trouble saying goodbye.
猫？
Turned to the window. Outside I could see nothing but dense trees, casting shadows in the sunlight.
影がゆらゆらとして、それが猫に見えたというところですか？
That's right! Couldn't shoot him finger guns, so I settled for snapping my fingers. Girl! Initially, Gretel seemed somewhat convinced, but then his gaze came to rest on one particular object in the room. What's wrong?
てっきり、自分は動物じゃないとかなんとか言って、手をつけないかと思いましたが。
I got really hungry. I was starving. I wanted to wait until you got home, but I just couldn't, so I bent over and ate it, just like a cat. I hastily stumbled my way through an excuse.
そうですか。すみません。次からはもっと早く帰るようにします。
Smirked faintly.
でも、見たかったな。
What the fuck?
姉さんが猫みたいに食べてる恥ずかしい姿。
Oh my god, he's crazy! Jimon. I glared at him.
はいどうぞ。
Thank you. I parted my lips and sipped the hot chocolate Gretel had kindly reheated for me.
はい、よくできました。
Not very good. Once I finished my drink, Gretel wiped the corners of my lips with his thumb. Sure came home quick. Did you actually go to school?
もちろんです。ここと学校以外に行くところなんてありますか？
I don't know, back home maybe? I tilted my head.
言ったでしょ？僕たちの家はここですよ、姉さん。
Couldn't confirm or deny it. I just hung my head and refused to answer at all. It was one of the few options available to me.
姉さん、僕に嘘をついたでしょ。
I looked up to find Gretel's face suddenly very close to mine. I tried to flinch away, but he reached out and cupped both of my cheeks in his hands, preventing my escape.
隠しても無駄です。本当は僕が留守にしている間、誰か家に来たんでしょ？
Why is he so scary? Yeah? I got the feeling there was no point in trying to deny it any further, so instead I came clean.
このパンも食べさせてもらったと。
Yeah? I nodded timidly.
そうですか。
His tone was surprisingly calm. I blinked. I make better content? Good for you? Yay? I have no idea. Wow, okay. Fuck off. Don't use that kind of word here, please. Yeah, sorry. I'm just trying to do mod actions. Haven't had to do that in a while, so I'm kind of forgetting how. Sorry. Yeah, that's weird. That's really weird, yeah. I've never had that happen on YouTube. Like on... What was it called? On... Twitch. Like, a lot of those happen, but not on YouTube. So I'm confused. Let me just make sure I can get it working correctly. They just don't want an Otome girly to win. I think they're just trying to do rage bait as a way to promote themselves. It happens often, just don't pay attention to it and it's fine. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't think there's a way to actually ban them unless hiding user from my channel counts. But yeah, thank you for waiting. I finished doing it, I think. Hopefully it works. What happened? On YouTube, someone was like saying mean words that I refused to say back. And yeah, it was just weird. I think they were promoting themselves, maybe? I'm not sure. I don't really understand, honestly, what they were trying to do. I think it was just rage bait. But yeah, he's fine now. You're not mad?
怒ってほしいんですか？
No, no, of course not.
本当はとんでもなく怒ってますよ。ぶっちゃけ腹渡が煮えくり返りそうです。
His affable smile didn't reach his eyes. It was so intimidating. I felt the urge to scoot the whole chair away from him, but couldn't.
でも今回のことは僕が悪かったんです。僕が甘かったん
Oh
です。
no, it's cage time.
姉さんを守ろうとするならもっともっと頑丈に閉じ込めておかなければいけないというのに。
But why? What are you trying to protect me from?
悪魔から。
Huh.
そうです。
Bro has delusions. So you think Mr. Wizard is a demon? Even though I named my visitor outright, Gretel didn't have much of a reaction at all.
美味しそうな姉さんを食べようとする悪い悪魔。
Huh?
姉さんの身を守るためです。
Do you mean gobble me up?
え？例えば。
Let go of my face and brush my hair away. What are you doing?
こんな風に。
He put a hand onto my neck, slid the fabric to the side, and leaned in. Bro? Don't! I tried to pull away, but I was trapped. He grabbed both of my shoulders to keep me from falling out of my chair. His breath tickled my neck, making me squirm. Ah! And I flinched as his teeth gently grazed my skin.
甘い。
Bruh. His warm breath and wet teeth sent goosebumps prickling up my arms.
なんて甘いんだろう。姉さん、すごく美味しいです。
Help. Help. Yeah, I didn't care at all about like the person spamming because the game is low-key wilder. Would stop caught in the back of my throat. Gretel pulled his lips away from my neck and I slowly looked up at him. The smile was incredibly seductive.
首筋が真っ赤になってる。目もそんなに潤んで。
So this is a smut reading stream? No, it's not! This game is not rated M. I would have cut the stream otherwise, because I don't want to get banned, bruh. But yeah, it's more mature. It's not for everyone, but it's not smut. I still want to be monetized, thank you. I wouldn't do smut reading in this channel.
姉さんがこんな風に甘い匂いをさせて誘っているのが悪いんですよ。
Gretel? My heart thumped in my chest as I exhaled. Then I shook the thoughts from my mind and squeezed my eyes shut. Bro, laughing about it wouldn't make me feel like you're less weird. Gretel? Instantly, I snapped to my senses and my eyes flew open. Sure enough, my worst fears were confirmed. There stood Gretel, doubled over, laughing and clutching his sides. Were you just messing with me?
わざとです。
Nah, still weird for like a
す
brother.
みません。
Still weird for a brother to touch my neck, bro. Current mood, kill me now. Is it fun humiliating me at every single opportunity?
楽しいですよ。
Oops. He answered without batting a lash. Rage and humiliation welled in my chest until I was practically shaking. I was on the verge of hulking out and shredding this restraint.
ああ、ちなみに今のセリフとシチュエーションは姉さんの部屋にあったちょっとエッチな少女小説から拝借しました。
Body stripper? For a moment I stared at him slack-jawed, but then I realized what he meant. A certain steamy Harlequin novel. all at once, I exploded with a volcanic rage. You read my book? You read my
見ま
book?
した。辞書を借りようと思った時に偶然見つけたんです。
あ、
本棚の並んでいる本の裏に隠してありましたね。
Clearly, he could tell I had been trying to hide it. But as I writhed in embarrassment, something occurred to me. So everything you said just now was from that book?
正しく言うなら拝借しつつ僕なりにアレンジしてみたって感じです。
God, why didn't I realize sooner?
ああいうこと言われるのがお望みなのかなと思って言ってみたんですが、効果は抜群だったようですね。だいたいよく考えてくださいよ。あんなセリフとシチュエーション、本気でやってたら寒いだけでしょ？
No shit! Why did you even do that? It's not what you think. I bought it for the cover art. I didn't know it had that kind of content. I don't know what I was implying, he was thinking, but I jumped to my own defense nonetheless.
表紙？確かもじゃもじゃとした髪型の王子だか伯爵だか執事だかパティシエだかとふわふわした頭の軽そうなお姫様が抱き合ってましたね。
Yes.
しかもうっかり騙されて買ったみたいに言ってますが、その割にはしっかり読み込んであったじゃないですか。
I screamed to drown out his voice.
姉さんはああいうのがタイプなんですか？ヒロインの相手役の王子様って
Oh my
毒
god.
舌だわ素直じゃないわ、王子のくせにヒロインを監禁するわで、よくあんな男に惚れるなって感じの最低クソ野郎でしたけど。
Look at yourself, bro. Look at yourself in the mirror. Exactly, Yurika. As much as I wanted to say, have you looked in the mirror lately? It would make it sound like I bought the book because the male lead resembled Gretel, and I didn't want to dig my grave any deeper. As I endured the shame, Gretel leaned in to whisper the final blow.
これでお仕置きは終了です。
Hey, I didn't run away. You should be grateful. I'm sick of you. I'm never speaking to you again. This is your punishment for toying with my pure, innocent heart. I rose to my feet, dashed to the bed, and dove into it. I buried my face into the sheets so I wouldn't have to look at him. After all, he had just pointed out how red my face was and make fun of me some more.
姉さ
Mattress creaked as Gretel sat down onto it.
ん、姉さん、機嫌を直してください。
No, it
ふ
was
ざ
really
けすぎたこ
weird.
とは謝ります。
No. He shook me gently by the shoulder. But I ignored him. It's too late for you to try to take the high road now, bucko. And my talented little adopted brother. Ah, now you say he's adopted. Nope. Switch to a new, more annoying strategy. Let me guess. He's gonna say, I can see your undies from the skirt you're wearing, because it's so short.
姉さん、姉さん、お姉ちゃん、
He tried acting cute.
姉貴、姉ちゃん、お姉様。
Kept ignoring him. After all, I wasn't that easily bought.
姉さん、お姉、姉ちゃん、姉子、姉じゃ、姉様、姉姫様。
Oh my god.
ゆりか、
Bruh, stop. Don't, like, so weird. What do you want? He had replied in a snippet tone to hide how delighted I was to hear him say my name.
一生口を聞かないんじゃなかったんですか？
See, this is why you shouldn't respond. I turned away sharply.
あ、冗談です。顔を上げてください。
What's the magic word? He hesitated for a moment, then
君の可愛い顔を見せてほしい。
another cheesy line from the Harlequin novel. Did you read it from front to back? Good enough. I giggled in spite of myself, girl. When our eyes met, he smiled softly. That smile was fleeting.
姉さんは
That is what?
姉さんは僕のことを嫌いにならないんですね。僕が何をしても何を言ったとしても
Scary.
姉さんはド M なんですか？
Yeah, I figured as much. Yes, she is. Judging from how she acts, yes, she is. Excuse me? Couldn't you have said you're very patient or something instead? Before I could snap back at him, he placed a hand over my eyes.
姉さん、僕を見ないでください。
Gretel?
でないと僕は
MC is so gullible. He's been doing this like 3 times in a row. Gigi? Woo? Gretel and I were not blood related. Oh my god, no, ooh, justifications. We were free to date or even get married if we wanted. Emphasis on if we wanted.
別に問題ない。けど、周りからは変な目で見られると思う。
Yeah, we're legally brother and sister after all. That morning I was walking to college with Wolfie, explaining the events of the night prior. He was my confidant, one of a few trusted friends who knew all about the situation with me, Gretel, and Ryoshi. Hence I often turned to him for advice and offered it up in return. As for Gretel, he left the house ahead of me today. Apparently, he didn't want to risk crossing paths with Ryoshi. To be clear, I get where you're coming from. We're siblings, we're abnormally close.
まあ、恋人でもおかしいんだけどね。
I frowned and tilted my head inquiringly. Wasn't hanging all over each other 24/7 the whole point of dating?
なあ、ちなみに俺はいつでもバッチ来いっす。
I like Wolfie a lot. Spread his arms wide to offer me a hug. No thanks, but I appreciate the thought. I shrugged him off without missing a beat.
てか、漁師さんとグレーテルってそんなに仲悪いんすね。
Wolfie didn't take offense. Instead, he returned to the topic at hand. Yeah, there's this palpable distance between them. It's hard to describe. Like, they hold each other at arm's length.
いつから仲悪いんすか？
But from day one.
最初からって。
Shook his head in disbelief.
一応家族なんすよね。
Supposed to be, yeah. But Yoshi doesn't approve of how much I like Gretel.
そりゃあれだ、シスコンってやつなんじゃねえっすか？
He laughed and I laughed with him, but we were laughing for 2 very different reasons. As cute as that sounds, I don't think it's that. If Ryoshi liked me that much, you'd think he'd spoil me rotten.
まあそうじゃなくてもさ、一つ屋根の下に年頃の男女が住んでたら一応心配もするんじゃねえの？漁師さんにとってはアリスちゃんは本当の妹なわけだしさ。
His actual sister. Yes, Ryoshi and I were real siblings related by blood. I know we don't look alike, we get that a lot. Gretel was the only member of my family who lacked those ties. It was a foreign presence.
そういや、グレちゃんは自分がアリスちゃん家に引き取られたってことを知ってんだっけ？
Nope. Oh, he doesn't!
え？
He's not supposed to, at least. As far as I know, he thinks we're his real family. But sometimes I feel like maybe he's figured it out.
どういうことっすか？
Blinked at me in surprise. To me, it seems like he knows the truth, but just pretends not to. He's always so distant with Ryoshi, and he never really talks about our appearance. That said, Mom and Dad are really hands-off with us, which is probably the root issue if you think about it. Also, it's possible some jerk went and told Gretel behind our back. It's not exactly the world's best-kept secret, you know?
俺も知ってるしね。
Exactly. I looked up at the sky and let out another heavy sigh. Honestly, I should try acting more like a big sister.
いや、アリスちゃんはよくやってると思うっすよ。
But if I was doing better, we wouldn't be having this conversation, right?
そりゃそうだ。
Wolfie's blunt honesty was one of the many reasons I trusted him as much as I did. You think Gretel's figured out how I feel?
どうすかね。頭のいいやつではあるけど、本当の兄弟だと思ってるグレーテルが姉の自分への気持ちが恋愛感情だって。
That's so weird. That's so weird. And if he did put two and two together, he'd be creeped out.
そうっすね。普通は。
Most people, yeah. But Gretel was not most people. So maybe there was a chance he would accept these secret feelings in my heart? But even then, it wouldn't work out. As happy as it would make me, it would only make him miserable. It would be all too easy to explain to him that we're not related, but doing so would destroy him. Granted, this is just my personal hypothesis, but I think I'm the only one he actually sees as family.
アリスちゃんを？
Yeah, I'm the only one who lives at the house with him, and I do all the housework. Normally that's something a parent would do, right?
まあ、そうっすね。
Functionally speaking, oh god. And yet we're pushing around with him? That's so weird. So functionally speaking, I'm both his older sister and his mom. Can you see where I'm going with this?
絶対王政ならぬ絶対死生になる。
Yeah, exactly. He feels pressured to obey my wishes.
その割にはいろいろやり込められてるっすけどね。
Grinned at me like the twerp he was. Huh? No, exactly. Okay, we only have a 1 year difference with him. But it's still so weird. Hello, welcome mad. So many people are actually coming when the route is crazy. I am so embarrassed. I didn't know it was gonna be this bad. I'm so uncomfortable the whole time. I can't even argue with that. For a moment I faltered, but then I quickly recovered. Basically, I'm his ideal older sister. Beautiful, kind, fit and sexy, quirky, smart, handy in the kitchen.
そのどこから湧いてくるのかわからねえ自信最高っす。
You like my voice? Thank you. Very sweet of you. I'm just repeating what Gretel said, that's all. No, she absolutely added things to it. Last night, Gretel told me he bases all his standards on me, and I don't think that's healthy.
なんで？アリスちゃん的には願ったり叶ったりなんじゃねえんすか？好きなんすよね。
It's so weird. I nodded without hesitation. Yes, my love for him is romantic. I could never say it to his face, but somehow I could say it to a third party just fine. But our love can never be. What are you playing? I don't know, babes. I don't know. Why are everyone coming to watch when I'm playing something dubious? Why can't you guys come watch when I'm playing something cute? I swear I am not into this. I am not into yandere. I am not into incest wincest. It just so happens that this current route in the overarching Taisho X Alice series is fucking weird. Just, my reputation goes down the drain. No, I'm serious. Okay, look at my channel right now. Look at the games I play. I play cute games too, like Mystery and whatnot. I don't just play weird games. You get everything 10 out of 10? No, look, yesterday my route was very cute. I'll have you know, there was not that much yandere. No, stop, no bully. It just so happens that I feel like there's like a rise on yandere guys that I can find. So yeah, it's not me, I swear. I like tsunderes and kuderes the most. I don't like yandere. Wait, sorry, I forgot to read it out. I was so flustered. Remember how we agreed I'm the dictator of his life? From Gretel's perspective, whatever I say goes. And if this power structure exists both inside and outside our home, then I'm essentially his whole world. Just learn how to choose the games? Taisho X Alice says it's like a fairy tale retelling of the guys. How am I supposed to know I'm gonna get a Siskon Yandere? I don't know. I don't spoil myself. Yandere is nice though. You can have him. I'm good. I'll take the kuderes and the tsunderes. You can have the yandere. It's for you. Or to put it more simply, he's too dependent on me. He sees me as someone who will always be there to protect him. The second I try to tell him that I love him in a romantic way, he loses the only family he has. His guiding principles, his support network, gone. It'll ruin his life.
そんなに脆い男っすかね。
My opinion, yeah. That said, we're the ones who made him that way. Mostly me for coddling him. Ultimately, this was the result of placing him into an environment where one person was overprotective and everyone else was neglectful. I just hope it doesn't come back to bite us one day. Meanwhile, me being locked up in a cabin in the woods.
だったらなおさら少し距離を置いた方がいいんじゃないですか？
Dude, it's not that simple. Ah, the dude disease is spreading. Anyway, sorry for ranting.
別にいいっすよ。俺たち友達じゃねえっすか。友達の助けになってやれって俺のばあちゃんもよく言ってた。
Is that a Toy Story reference? You're the best, Wolfie. Exchange the high five.
惚れた？
Not really.
ええ
Look at Wolfie, I like you. I shook my head and he slumped his shoulders in defeat. Don't worry, I'll be there for you whenever you need me to.
おお、マジっすか。じゃあ早速助けてもらってもいいっすか？
Sure, what's up? I responded without missing a beat. Then he turned to me and said, with a perfectly straight face,
キ君の弟君が傷つけた我が名誉を回復してほしいっす。
Alright, that. I glanced around and noticed a few students, probably the same ones from yesterday, pointing at Wolfie and snickering. Oh no. All thanks to the slanderous message Gretel had taped to his back. I fell to my knees, a hand clasped over my chest. I have failed you, my lord.
ちょ、諦めろ早っ。
Poor Wolfie. I like you, honey. I'm gonna go to the toilet for a bit. I'm sorry, I drink a lot whenever I read long visual novels, so I must go often as well. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Once we arrived at college, I followed my usual routine. Go to class, eat lunch, and leave as soon as my last lecture was over. Then I went to Gretel's community college and waited outside the front gate for him. That day,
お姉さん
alright, a group of male students approached me. How can I help you? I greeted them with a smile, but internally I was on guard. Why, you ask? Because everything about their appearance screamed delinquent, from their messy uniforms to their brightly dyed hair.
ねえお姉さんってアリスユリか
Oh, they know my name. They sneered at me as they looked me up and down. Yeah, that's me. I had a feeling I knew what was coming.
お姉さんとグレーテル君って血が繋がってないって本当ですかおいバカやめろって
I could hear the laughter in their voices. Did you ask him that too?
は
You heard me. Answer the question. Continued to smile brightly, but my tone was firm, letting them know I mean business. But evidently, they had expected me to get more flustered than this because they seemed to panic.
言ったら何かまずいんですか
The third boy joined the conversation. Punch you in the face, that's what! I swung a punch into the empty air as a warning. Angered at me or not, I wasn't going to offer them a shred of mercy. Not that violence was the answer, but surely I could get away with an empty threat. At this, the boys burst out laughing. For a moment, I considered actually punching them, but I held myself back. It didn't matter if they wanted to laugh and poke fun at me, but at this rate, Gretel would be impacted too. Hey you!
は
I addressed the boy who had originally called out to me. Figured he was probably the leader of the group. Come here a sec. I donned a smile and beckoned to him. He looked at me cautiously, so I grabbed him by the hand and pulled him close. Look deep into my eyes. As he squinted at me dubiously, I cupped his face in both hands, holding his head firmly in place. He struggled to pull himself away, but I stomped down onto his foot to calm him down.
いって何すんだよ
Oh, sorry. Violence really wasn't the answer, but there were times when it was necessary, and now was one of those times. I leaned in close. His eyes widened until I could see my reflection in them. Here we go. Now look closely and don't avert your eyes. You could probably feel my breath against his face with every word I spoke. And I saw him start to blush, and I gloated internally. No matter how tough and cool he thought he was still just a naive little boy on the inside. Now picture Gretel's face.
は
Do you think we look alike? His hair, for example. He's got the same thick wavy hair as me. See this? This is our natural hair. Wakarimashita ka? Do you understand? He furrowed his brow, almost like he didn't understand Japanese or something. You see what I'm getting at? I repeated myself in English. I'm gonna need an answer out of you, or you're not going anywhere. He smacked my hands away. Good. Glad we have an understanding. He grinned. Behind him, one of his friends shouted at us to get a room, and he whirled around to yell at them. I felt bad for humiliating him, but now at least they would hopefully leave Gretel the hell alone. Just then,
姉さん何やってるんですか
bone-chilling icy voice called out from behind me. Hi Gretel! I turned to find him standing there, smiling brightly. and his gaze drifted from me to the group of guys.
君らもうちの姉を捕まえて何やってるの？
His tone was carefully restrained. Yet the utter lack of intonation only made him sound more unhinged.
別になんもねえよなあ。
うん。
That the delinquents backed away from me and hurried off. He's so scary. Something about their sudden departure felt strange. I snuck a glance at Gretel beside me. His sigh made me flinch. Are you mad?
ええ、そりゃあもう。
I could hear it in his voice. And yet at the same time, I was just glad to hear him expressing his emotions at all.
まったく。ああいう輩とはいちいち付き合わず無視してください。
Ignoring them won't work, Gretel. They're your classmates, right? Or are they friends of yours?
まさか。ちょっと行きがった田舎の不良どもです。あんなのをわざわざ相手にしませんよ。
Oh, alright then.
で、あいつらに何か嫌なこと言われましたか？
Not really. I think maybe they were trying to hit on me. That was obviously a lie. Tossed out on the spur of the moment.
へえ。
The response was so flat, I got the feeling he had seen right through it. Should I stop waiting for you out here? My heart ached as I thought back to what Wolf had said. Helicopter mom. He was completely right, of course. And if I kept up my helicoptering, Gretel might start to think that I didn't trust him.
今さら気にしたところで遅いですよ。別に僕も気にしないし、姉さんの好きにしたらいいんじゃないですか。
Hey.
ほら、行きましょう。僕たちの家に帰りますよ。
Took my hand and started walking. As I gazed at him, I contemplated my next move.
僕はあなたを。
Every fucking time. Like, why? He pushed me down on the bed and grabbed my ankle. Ah, what's going on? How many times are you going to climb on top of me? I swear I'm not enjoying this. No, really. I struggled to escape, but he had a firm grip on my leg. Will you fight back? Please say yes. Yes, yay!
あんまり暴れないでくださ
Oh
い。
my god.
パンツ見えてますよ。
You monster!
そうです。どうせ僕は大バカ者ですよ。安心してください。別にあなたを傷物にする気はありませんから。
Why do we have to keep going back to this point? Stupid jerk! I hate you! Lifted my leg into the air, took out a green ribbon, and tied it around my ankle. What's that?
見てわかりませんか？ただのリボンです。かわいいでしょ？
It's not cute, it's demonic! Granted, appearance-wise, it looked like any ordinary ribbon, and in that sense, it was very pretty indeed. But he was using it for some less than pretty purposes. He held the ends of the ribbon in his hands, almost like a bridge between himself and me. Based on the number of times he was wrapping it around my leg, however, this was one really long ribbon.
姉さんのために買ってきたんです。姉さんに似合う色は何だろうって思いながら慎重に選びました。姉さんはやっぱり白かなって思ったんですけど、僕、白い色って嫌いなんですよ。
Why?
だから、結局僕の好きな色にしてしまいました。たまにはいいでしょ？僕、緑って好きなんですよね。落ち着くし。
Spoke so quickly I couldn't get a single word in edgewise.
それに、材質もこだわったんですよ。これ、実はシルクなんです。手触りいいでしょ？結構高かったです。ちなみに姉さんの手を縛っているものとお揃いなんですよ。で、見えないか。残念。
What are you going to do with the other half?
どうすると思います？
Truth be told, I knew the answer. I just really wanted to be wrong.
あとはこれを
この鳥かごに結びつければ完成です。
So you're using it as a shackle?
ピンポーン、大正解です。
Sunny's smile was starting to piss me off.
どうせここからすぐに出られると思ったんでしょ。どっこい、そうは問屋が下ろしません。これでそう簡単には逃げられませんよ。
Smirked sadistically at me. In response, I hit him with my best combat. Sunny, I don't remember any BDSM in a Harlequin novel.
似たようなもんですよ。本番があるかないかの違いってだけで。
That's a huge difference! Stop this. I mean it. My tone grew uncharacteristically sharp.
大丈夫です。ほどけやすいようにリボン結びにしますから。
That's not what I'm worried about. Now I was shouting. The smile vanished from his face.
姉さんは何が不満なんですか。僕とここで暮らすことが嫌ですか。
You have a problem with it? Oh my fucking god, I'm supposed to say no? No, that's not it. I'm angry because you constantly disregarded my right to autonomy.
人権ね。
There was a pregnant pause.
姉さんの人権は手足を拘束されたぐらいで揺らぐものなんですか。
Not rated M, huh? It's not, because they're not going to be having lewd stuff. Exactly. That's exactly what rate M is for. And I don't think there'll be like any too gory parts, so yeah. Blech. Confused, I furrowed my brow. Suppressing the impatience I felt, I willed myself to stay calm. Listen, Gretel, we're going to be living here together, right?
ええ、そうですよ。
And yet do you expect me to stay tied up the whole time? No free will of my own? Don't you think maybe it's a little inhumane to take the power of choice away from me?
そうかもしれませんね。でも自由になりたいのならそれこそ姉さんの心がけ次第じゃないでしょうか。
No, it's a basic human right, Gretel! What do you mean?
今日も姉さんは僕の言いつけを破ってよく知りもしない人間を家にあげましたよね。
Oh yeah, but... My words faltered. He was right. Girl, don't get gaslit! He's fucking weird! I mean, who is that guy anyway? You know him, right?
さあ、ぶっちゃけ僕もわかりません。
Wait, what? Blinked.
あの人が何者なのか、何を考えているのかもわかりません。ただ、あの人は利用できるから利用しているだけです。
Fell silent. He was so desperate to imprison me, he accepted assistance from someone he couldn't be sure he could trust.
賢い姉さんのことですから、ここがどこだか、なんとなく気づき始めているんじゃないですか。
Paused to think about it. A summer home somewhere? He didn't answer. Instead, he smiled knowingly. But I wanted to get some kind of response out of him, so I decided to tell everything I had worked out. It's been 2 days since I first got here, or maybe longer, since I don't know what day of the week it is. You claim you've been going to school, but to me, it feels like you came home way too quickly. Probably haven't been going to school at all, have you? What have you been doing out there, Gretel?
姉さんは本当に頭がいいな。
Stared out into space for a moment. His expression seemed almost sad. Now I was starting to worry. Come on, Gretel, talk to me. I can tell you're doing all this for a reason, and it's important to you. But is this really the only way? Oop, the
ある
battery's
からし
died.
ているんじゃないですか。
Surely you realize this can't last forever. His gaze faltered for a moment, then returned to me. You know that, right? If the rest of the family finds out we ran away from home and stops going to school, they're going to come look for us.
探しに来ませんよ。
Shut back coldly.
あの人たちは僕たちを捨てたんです。
Really? Interesting. So interesting. Despite the weird yandere shit going on, this is interesting, the plot. Abandoned us?
そうです。
Pause to think. Was it possible? Could they have actually abandoned us? Do you believe Gretel? Okay, here I'm supposed to say. Alright. Do you believe in Gretel? I'm assuming I have to say, huh! I'm supposed to say no. There was just no way it could be true. Not that my family would never abandon us, but rather, I got the sense that Gretel was keeping me in the dark about a lot of things.
姉さんが信じようが信じまいが、どうだっていいです。僕は誰かの命令じゃなく、僕のしたいように動きます。
Rose to his feet and tied the ribbon to the birdcage in the center of the room.
ラッピングされた姉さんも素敵ですよ。
Weird? The room was quiet, save for the faint rustle of flipping pages. I was lying on the bed. Gretel was sitting on the chair in the center of the room, reading a book. I was too far away to get a clear look at the front cover, but I could tell it was some kind of math textbook. Given the circumstances, it was almost laudable of him to keep up on his schoolwork. Either that or he was completely insane. Maybe it's a false cover. Honestly, the more I tried to see things from his perspective, the less I understood. He seemed like a sinner and a saint all wrapped up into one. He teased me, provoked me, and tied me up, yet he never went further than that. Even his most condescending commands were never enforced. His worst offenses never crossed the line. I don't know, man. He like nibbled on your throat. That's pretty bad. And he's literally locking you up right now. I don't know, man. Granted, this was all just my personal opinion. Other people would probably feel differently. And obviously it didn't make his actions permissible. But if he was going to hurt me, he would have done it by now. Take these wrist restraints, for example. If push comes to shove, I could untie them myself or even burn them off. I could escape if I needed to. And there was no way a guy as smart as Gretel had somehow failed to realize that. What's up? What's up do you mean? Want me to help you with your schoolwork? I called out to him in a cheerful voice, hoping to clear away the awkward tension from earlier. Yeah, she has the rose-tinted glasses on. Well, okay, a thing about the main character so far, because this is like the third round of this game that I've done. She's very naive. She likes to believe in the positive sides of others way too much, to the point where it annoys the shit out of people. So it is like a character flaw and a character strength. It's just how her character is. She's fucking dumb. It's a very interesting thing, because sometimes it's really funny to see when she fights guys because of it, but sometimes it leads to frustrating situations like this.
いえ、結構です。
Come on, don't be shy.
いえ、別に遠慮なんてしてません。
He answered flatly without sparing me a single glance. Pouted my lips, then finally he looked up from his book.
暇なんですか?
Yeah.
寝てればいいじゃないですか。
I'm not tired.
へえ。
Gaze returned to the book. There's nothing to do here. I'm bored. Flailed my legs in protest. But Gretel just ignored me, so I gave up. I couldn't even entertain myself by throwing a tantrum. If we were at home, I would be cooking or cleaning or doing laundry right about now. I muttered sulkily. The main room was fairly large, but here in total silence, any small sound would echo.
面倒なことから解放されて、むしろラッキーじゃないですか。
Doing chores is never a waste of time.
それは殊勝なことで。
Let's play a game or something. At last, Gretel closed his textbook.
トランプでもします?
I kept play cards without my hands.
じゃあ、しりとりでもしますか。しりとり。はい。姉さんどうぞ。
Nectarine.
ご飯。
I should have known. Gretel wouldn't make it easy on me. Xylophone.
水豚。
Xenophobia. No, things they're saying in Japanese is different, but I guess I understand why it would be.
シアン。
Xenograph.
内乱。
Xanthic.
修正案。
Xenotransplantation.
なんでそんなに最初に「ん」がつく言葉を知ってるんですか？
I memorized a whole bunch a long time ago specifically in case this ever happened. I smirked smugly.
どうでもいいことしますね。
You're giving up? Because that means I win.
別にいいですよ、それで。んで始まる言葉よりも、んで終わる言葉の方がはるかに多いですから。
Lois swiped the smirk right off my face. I flopped down on the bed and turned away from him.
そういえば、今日のお風呂はどうしますか？
Yes, please. Shut back up again. Even I was impressed with how quickly I was able to change my tune.
暇なら、今から一風呂浴びてくればいいじゃないですか。半身浴でデトックスですよ。
Are you saying I need to lose weight? I scowled.
まさか。姉さんのいいところの一つはおっぱいなんですから。痩せたらむしろマイナスですよ。
I can't take this anymore. What the fuck is this round? Brah! For real though. Desperately, I bit back the urge to scream. Seeing as he somehow knew my panty size, it really came as no surprise to think that he probably knew my cup size as well. Just to be clear, you aren't going around making these inappropriate comments to anyone else, are you?
するはずがありません。僕は姉さん以外の女の子には非常に紳士的な対応をとっているつもりですよ。
What a jackass. You could be a gentleman with me too, you know? That's it, this came as a bit of a relief. I was happy to know that he limited this rude, unreasonable behavior to me only. In a way, it made me feel special. If he's only mean to you, that doesn't mean you're special. That means you're a punching bag. Girl, get help. Please, I'm begging you, get help. I liked the idea of having a special connection with him, even if it wasn't romantic. Girly is primed for a toxic relationship.
さあ、着替えも用意してますので、安心してお入りください。
Right, what costume is he going to put me in this time? Oh my god. Please. Do as you're told, apparently. Okay, well, untie me first.
はいはい。
Jesus Christ. Exactly. Gretel rose from his chair and walked over to me. Oh my god. I needed... After this round, I would need like a detox, you know? Because I've been like switching between this game and Steam Prison. And after this round, I'm supposed to play another round who's also like yandere. So I feel like I needed a detox game in between with like cute guys. I just don't know what to do yet. I can't! Too much weird shit, man. What is it? Came to a stop and fixed me with a long stare.
やっぱり今日は僕が先に入ろうと思います。いいですか？
Sure, I don't mind. I tilted my head inquisitively.
僕が入っている間に何か悪さしないでくださいね。
Huh. Is this reverse psychology? Of course not. I'm not you, you know? I laughed.
そうですか。それじゃあ、お先に失礼します。
And with that, he disappeared into the bathroom. Phew. Now then? Once I confirmed that the door was shut, I got up from the bed. Now that Gretel's in the shower, you decide to get revenge, apparently. Time to get my revenge for all the humiliation he's put me through. Totally sound like a villain from a shonen manga, but I didn't care.
まあそうだ。
Yeah! And so the villain's plan was foiled in one fell swoop. Why? Why me? Why me? This is my last route. Had the guy do this exact same thing to me. And now I have to see this again. I can't take it. Because Gretel had walked out of the bathroom in his underwear. As if someone had shone a flashlight in my face, I immediately realized I couldn't put my hands over my eyes, so instead I squeezed them shut.
はしたない。ギャーなんて。仮にも女性なんですから。
Anymore.
もうちょっと可愛く叫んでくださいよ。
Sorry. I could hear the annoyance in his voice. Oh yeah, well, what's the matter with you? Either put a shirt on or shut the door. And bro, just put on pants.
はい、閉めました。
Nice try, Gretel. I meant go back inside.
うん。姉さんも学習してきましたね。
You knew it. You were trying to trick me.
今さらかまと飛ぶって。僕の下着だって平気な顔して洗濯してたじゃないですか。
Wash your underwear by yourself. Fucking gross. Your underwear is not the same thing as your naked body.
いや、別に真っ裸じゃなくて下着姿ですし。
Well, if it's boxers, it's fine. I think boxers look like short pants, so as long as I cannot see the bulge, just cover them. What am I saying? This game. I need like a detox game after this. Desperately.
第一、姉さんが持っていた少女小説でも半裸の男とヒロインがくんずほぐれつって感じでしたけど。
It's a book! La 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 la, I'm not listening. Unable to bear it, I dropped to my knees. All that screaming had left me out of breath. Then after a moment, I heard the bathroom door open and shut. I raised my head slowly and slowly, timidly opened my eyes. Evidently, Gretel had actually gone back into the bathroom this time. I could hear the water running. He's crazy because, like, he came out saying, oh, by the way, like, but he didn't actually say anything to us. So he came out absolutely just to tease us. He's insane. You'd think that would be enough to fool me, but the joke's on you. Whirled around to find no one there. Wait, what? Are you okay? No, not really. It's fine. I'll like look up into like a Harvest Moon game to play after this, so I could like detox from all the loot shit that my eyes have to go through. It just so happens that both Steam Prison and Taisho Alice are very provocative games. I didn't know. It's fine. Wait, what? Now then, where was I? Gretel's taking a bath. So, what's my next move? If this were a perfect world, I'd have some cringy costume ready for him to wear. But unfortunately, my life wasn't that convenient at present. I decided to look through the cabin for any alternatives. Where will you investigate? Just casually, like the birdcage. I still can't get used to how creepy this thing is. I walked around the full circumference of the birdcage. It appeared to be an ordinary metal cage with no modifications, but it contrasted sharply with the rest of the decor, and my curiosity was drawn to it like a magnet. Oh, it opened! As I fumbled at the door handle with my bound hands, I felt the lock click open. Oh my god, Harvest Moon, yeah! I've been thinking of playing Sunshine Islands. I've never played that one, and there's two cute guys that attracted my attention. So I'm excited about that. and so I walked into the cage without a second thought. Being inside it felt much more cramped and oppressive than its external appearance would suggest. But I guess cages aren't really supposed to be comfortable. Chan. I wandered into the kitchen. Then I checked the cupboards and fridge, but I couldn't find anything especially interesting. Phew. We only had paper plates and plastic silverware. Anything that could be used as a weapon, like the kitchen knives, were stored out of my reach. Evidently, he was looking out for my safety. Or maybe his own? It was hard to say. Bed? Peered under the bed. It was too dark to see much of anything. Squinted as best as I could, but as far as I could see, the floor was perfectly spotless. Closet? I opened the closet to find my freshly cleaned clothes hanging up to dry. I didn't realize he hung them up for me. I turned around so I could feel whether they were all dry. Nice and dry. Good. It was still early winter, but with the wood-burning stove running 24/7, the interior of the cabin was toasty warm. That must have helped. Additionally, I could see some clothes I didn't recognize. There were a few shopping bags sitting on the floor of the closet. I reached in and found several more pairs of women's underwear. Ooh. I knew he was only trying to be considerate, but I couldn't help but feel a little weirded out. A little? After all this, panties were the ones that broke your weirdness meter? He's insane. He's unsalvageable. Should just throw her away. Upon further inspection, I realized he still all had the tags attached. He really went out and bought me brand new underwear, huh? Granted, he might have ordered them online for all I know, but I didn't understand why he couldn't simply grab some from my room instead. Was there a reason he felt the need to purchase new ones? Why risk the embarrassment of buying women's underwear? Lastly, I stood in front of the wood-burning stove. The smell of ash met my nostrils, and when I bent down, I could see embers still glowing faintly through the tiny glass windows. So much for that, I guess. Gretel had extinguished the fire himself. Supposedly, he did it to keep me safe. But though the fire was out, there was still enough residual heat to keep me warm. I had now examined the entire cabin. Sadly, I had failed to discover anything especially interesting. Then again, I guess I already did the most of the investigating yesterday. Well, now what? There was nothing left for me to do. I guess I don't have a choice. Oh well. I gotta replay Trio of Towns. I love Trio of Towns. I played so much of it. And I dated everyone. But because I was using a mod that let me date girls as well, the wedding part for the guys ended up ruined. I was so upset. And then I was like playing through the game in my own time because I want to record like all the mini events for the villagers and Inari. And you know what happened? My save file disappeared. I was already at Tsuyukusa rank A. So I just gave up after that. I just stopped. If we got a remake, I would definitely play it though. If they added new content. It's so good. Only option available to me was make him laugh at my own expense. Oh, actually, who do you like the most in Trio of Towns? You guessed it, making funny faces. I donned the weirdest face I could come up with and waited patiently for Gretel to come out of the bathroom.
お待たせしました。
Why do you look like a waiter? And I burst out laughing. Yes, me, not him. Wait, why are you wearing that? I had walked out wearing a waiter uniform of all things. I struggled to contain myself.
似合いませんか?
Oh, totally. Of course you do. I nodded vigorously. I'm sorry. I just wasn't expecting you to walk out wearing that.
姉さんとお揃いですね。
Oh, you're right. We're like a cosplay couple. I made myself laugh again. Looking back, I'm not sure why I found it so hilarious. I guess it just struck my funny bone in such a way that caused the giggle fit.
ほら、姉さんもさっさとお風呂に入ってきたらどうですか?
Gretel walked over and untied my hands and feet. I smell a faint whiff of something nice. It smells sweet. I leaned in closer to his hair. I couldn't tell if it was vanilla or honey or what.
姉さんからも同じ匂いがしますよ。
It's been years since I've played it. Okay, let me check. Okay, I'll be waiting. And I remembered there was only one kind of soap in the bathroom. Too bad I can't really smell my own scent. I sniffed my newly freed wrist. Gretel gave me a little push towards the bathroom.
ほら、早く行ってきてください。着替えは。
Walked to the closet and pulled out a towel along with a change of clothes, underwear included. Are these the kind of panties you're into, Gretel?
もちろん。
Bruh. Embarrassed, I stared at the floor and regretted ever asking.
姉さんが入ってる間に食事の支度をしておきます。何かリクエストはありますか？
Me with your specialty.
わかりました。
After my shower, I changed into my new clothes and sat down to eat with Gretel. He had prepared cupcakes. Oh, I want a cake! He had prepared cupcakes adorned with whipped cream and candied rose and violet petals. These cupcakes weren't just pretty, they tasted amazing too. Gretel had filled each of them with some sort of violet jam. Plus the tea he served me came with violet petals and mint leaves floating on the surface. All in all, it was very classy.
美味しいですか？
Phenomenal!
そうですか。それはよかった。
Let me check. It was one of the Hawaiian twins. Ah! The mean one or the quiet-spoken one? When we arrived home, I caught a whiff of something unpleasant. Reeks of cigarette smoke. Blech. I glanced over to find Gretel with a visible grimace on his face.
姉さん、僕は先に部屋に戻ります。
Oh, okay. I watched him go, then turned and headed for the kitchen. Yoshi! I flung open the door, and sure enough, there sat my older brother Yoshi, smoking a cigarette. Smoking indoors is
Nanda.
disgusting. We're home!
おかえり。
He shifted his disinterested gaze away from me and exhaled a cloud of smoke. No smoking in the house. I'm confiscating that. I snatched his cigarette away and put it out in the sink. Just have candy or something instead.
雨ね。
His chin resting on his hand, he grabbed a nearby jar of star candies and held it out to me. Aren't those Gretel's?
ああ、そうだ。
Pink, green, a rainbow of colors sparkled up at me through the glass.
これもちゃんとお前が管理しとけよ。あいつ気がつくと食いすぎるからな。
Quiet one. Ah, I see. I like the more feisty one myself. I think for the quiet one, I actually liked her quite a bit, but there was something in her heart event that I didn't like, I think. My favorite girl is definitely Komaki? Was it her name? The Suyukusa girl that works in the tea house. Lizette is actually pretty cute too. Lizette would be my second favorite. Because I actually like her a lot once we got married because she's just so sweet. I think it's Komaki, right? I love Komaki. But before I could accept,
余計なお世話ですよ。
Gretel walked in as if on cue.
ないと思ったら。漁師さん、勝手に僕の部屋に入ったんですか？
入った。
Oh my god, you're weird.
よくもまあ悪びれずに言えますね。プライバシーの侵害ですよ。
俺とお前の間にプライバシーも何もあるわけねえだろ。
あなたがそういう人だからこそ、僕はあなたが大嫌いなんですよ。
Gretel snatched the jar away and bolted from the room. Wait, Gretel! Yoshi! I snapped at him.
しょうがないだろ。あいつには監視が必要なんだ。
Supervised? The word felt a little too harsh to use against a family member. It's time to treat him with a little more kindness.
突き放すことも必要だ。
We're We're family.
俺は家族じゃない。お前だってそうだろ。
Then why adopt him?
お前だってあいつのことを家族として見ちゃいないだろう。
Oh my god. Yoshi had seen through my act a long, long time ago.
別にそれはいい。お前の気持ちだ。好きにしたらいい。だけどな、ユリカ。あいつはお前や親父たちが思うようないい子じゃない。確かに奴の境遇はかわいそうだ。構いたくなる気持ちも甘やかしたくなる気持ちもわからなくはない。けどそれは歪んだ愛情だ。歪んだ愛情で育てば歪むに決まってる。現にあいつにはその兆候が見られる。
I mean, we can't really say that we're raising him because we're like only 1 year older. There's only so much we can do.
近すぎてもダメなんだ。共倒れになったらシャレにならない。
Hello, baby. Hello, Only. Welcome. Thank you for coming.
いいか、これは警告だ。あいつをあまり甘やかすな。依存させるな。でないと、あいつの中にある攻撃性がいつかお前に向かう日が来るぞ。
I had a feeling you'd be here. I found Gretel sitting on the bench by the lake shore.
姉さん、
Can I sit with you?
どうぞ。
I moved the jar of candy beside him to make room for me to sit. Thanks. I plopped down next to him and turned in his direction. You ate all that? I pointed at the jar in his hand.
これを食べると落ち着くんです。イライラとか不安とか、そういうの全部どうでもよくなるっていうか。
His voice was lethargic. You heard Ryoshi, didn't you? It's not healthy to eat too many.
そうですね。
Plus, if you fill up on sweets, you won't want to eat dinner.
基本的に別腹ですから。
Right. But before I could continue, Gretel cut in.
そんなことより、ここがよくわかりましたね。
I know everything about you, Gretel.
プライバシーの侵害だ。
But we're family.
家族でもです。
Fell silent. Then Gretel let out a long sigh and shook his head.
ま、姉さんだけは特別です。
I'm special? Yay! Oh, thank you, oh great and merciful Gretel. I pressed my hands together in reverence.
こういうところがな。
Gretel let out another exasperated sigh. So, what? I waited for him to continue. He looked at me for a moment and then... Ah! He pinched my nose.
こういうところがすごく憎たらしいです。
Oi! What did I do wrong? With my nose pinched between his fingers, my voice came out all nastily. Nasal? Nasally? Just then, Gretel raised his eyebrows and smiled.
そうだ。姉さん、横になりませんか？
Here? On the bench?
膝枕してあげます。
I wasn't expecting this proposal and I froze. Then, after a long silence, what's gotten into you, dude? Girl. For some reason, I tacked on dude like I was Wolfie.
別にどうしたもこうしたもないっすよ。なんとなくしてほしそうな感じがしたので、言ってみたまです。
Oh. Felt like such an idiot. Should have made some kind of joke about both of us sounding like Wolfie, but it didn't even occur to me.
不満ですか？ああ、特に必要はないと。
No, I'm definitely interested, please. I begged him desperately.
そうですか。なら、どうぞ。
Gretel handed me his jar, then indicated his lap in a half-added gesture. Stared down at his thighs.
ほら、早く。
Hesitantly, I let him guide my head down onto his lap.
どうですか？僕の膝心地は。
Well, it's not very soft.
そりゃプニプニしてたら嫌ですよ。僕はぽっちゃりでも女の子でもないんですから。
Right. Honestly, it was my first time putting my head in anyone's lap, so I wasn't sure how it was supposed to feel. Plus, I couldn't really relax with him staring down at me like that. To be honest, I don't know if this is comfortable or not. I can't really, focus. My heart was thumping uncontrollably in my chest.
男にこんなことされたのは初めてですか？
The way you say that, bro. Maybe? I answered evasively.
へえ。
Why was his tone so flat? I didn't know.
というか、もうちょっとリラックスしたらどうですか？頭浮かせてたら膝枕じゃないですし。
Press my head firmly against his thigh. Bro. Ow. I think my neck just cracked.
ああ、すみません。
Okay. Truth be told, it kind of hurt, but not that badly. Am I heavy?
重くないですよ。
What if your legs start to go numb?
その時は容赦なく振り落としますから。
Bruh! He smirked at me. I buried my face in my hands and pretended to sob. You monster!
そうですよ。
Laughing, he grabbed my hand.
手が冷たい。僕が温めてあげますよ。
Without hesitation, he entwined his fingers with mine. This was no ordinary platonic hand-holding. A doofy smile spread on my face. I caught myself a moment later, of course, but by then Gretel was already snickering at me.
傍から見たら、僕たちが兄弟だなんて思わないでしょうね。
Such a weird thing to say. Yeah, I guess siblings don't really do this stuff, huh?
ええ、そうですね。
Yeah, not normally. Both of us were fixated on the concept of normal. Probably because we knew full well we were anything but.
夜になっちゃいましたね。
Yeah, days are short in the winter time. I had almost forgotten what season it was. The winters were always harsh here. Thankfully, it was still early into the season, but it was already fairly nippy outside, yet I scarcely feel it. Was it the warmth from Gretel's hand?
このまま帰れなかったらどうします？
Back where? Home?
そうです。
You don't want to?
質問しているのは僕ですよ。
Oh, right. I guess it depends on you.
は？
If you wanted to go home, then I'd go with you. And if not, then I wouldn't.
一連卓勝ってやつですか。
Till death do us part. Wanna just run away from home together?
うわ、悪い誘いだ。僕を甘い罠にかけてどうしたいんですか？
Who knows? Maybe I'll lure you in and gobble you up.
悪い魔女だ。
I know. I giggled. After a while, I noticed Gretel blinking his eyes sleepily. Are you tired, Gretel?
そうですね。
Wanna trade off?
いえ、このままで構いません。
Squeezed my hand and closed his eyes. You can take a little nap if you want. I'll wake you in a bit.
僕が眠っている間に置き去りにしないでくださいね。
Don't worry, no matter what happens, I won't let go. Reassuringly, I squeezed his hand back.
何があっても本当に
Yeah,
僕がどんなことをしても
You guys find it?
not yet, but we've gotten close. We've gotten pinned onto the floor, onto the wall. Not on the wall, on the bed, on the floor. He almost came into my bathroom. I also came into his bathroom. He showed me his underwear. He looks so cute. I like Nolan. No. No matter what.
僕の代わりに姉さんが死んでも
Girl is insane. Sure, I'll die for you. Crazy. He nodded without missing a beat. Gretel stared at me, eyes wide. Then he furrowed his brow. What?
正直ドン引きです。怖いですよ。
Says you? Girl, no. Lynn, listen. They're both fucking weird. They belong with each other. Wow, rude. The rejection stung.
さらっとそんな重いこと言われても困ります。
You're the one who asked. I pouted and Gretel averted his gaze.
なんで僕のためにそこまでしてくれるんです？
Because I love you. I'd do anything for someone I love.
それは他の家族にも言えますか？
Probably not. Just you, Gretel.
僕だけが特別ってわけですか？
You're the special exception.
そうですか。
Closed his eyes.
漁師さんはまだ僕を疑ってるんですよね。僕が誰かを傷つけるんじゃないか。
My heart skipped a beat. And not in a fun, romantic way. Instead, what I felt was...
姉さんも不安ですか？僕のことを疑っています？姉さんが毎日僕と一緒にいるのもあの人に言われて僕を監視しているんでしょう。
I'm not. I'm just worried about you, Gretel.
同じことですよ。心配しているということは不安だってことでしょ。
Chest ached.
姉さんは僕のことを特別って言うけどそれはどんな意味で特別なんですか？
Gretel, With his eyes closed and his voice perfectly level, I couldn't read his emotions whatsoever. What honeyed words could I whisper to say to him? I fell into thought. I love you. You're special to me. In the end, I settled on words of affirmation.
そうですね。僕もこうして姉さんから特別扱いされるのは好きかもしれません。
I wish he would stop calling me sister. It's so weird. Bent down and planted a kiss on my forehead. Real quick, let's back up to about 6 months ago. At that time, Gretel was still a goody-goody honor student. He got near-perfect marks on all of his tests, and he excelled at everything he tried. He was always calm, composed, and confident. According to his teachers, he had an affable personality and knew how to win points with people. For better or for worse, his charm was magnetic. Mom, Dad, and I all cared about him very, very much. Gretel, Dad's on the phone. He's asking for you. Here.
ありがとうございます。もしもし、グレーテルです。はい。はい。僕は元気ですよ。今姉さんと一緒に夕飯を作っていました。ええ、僕は大丈夫ですよ。姉さんがいますし。父さんこそ仕事が忙しいんでしょ？僕は大丈夫です。何も問題はありません。はい。
What did he say?
特に何か不自由はないかって聞かれたので問題ないと答えておきました。
Sounds like the usual.
ええ、
これだけ心配されると信用されてないのかと逆に不安になります。
Just cares about you, Gretel.
そうですね。
Our parents were extremely busy people, but they always made time for phone calls or visits to see how Gretel was doing. Plus, they would buy him whatever he needed to live comfortably. In my eyes, they were doing everything they possibly could for him. And as for me...
そうだ。姉さん、勉強教えてくれませんか？
Sure. I was willing to do anything if it would help him. I wanted him to have a happy life, so I always made sure to treat him with love and kindness. Was I coddling him? Probably. But he never once questioned it, and as far as I was concerned, it was having a positive effect on his life. So then you take that and do this.
すごい。学校の先生より分かりやすい。さすが姉さんです。
I'm honored to be of service. Anything else you need help with?
いえ、今のところは大丈夫です。
You sure?
ああ、僕も姉さんと同じ学校に通えたらいいのに。
I know it sucks being a year behind me, but that's just how the school system works.
そうですけど、飛び級とかできないのかな。
Sounds complicated, but I think you might be able to make it happen if you went to college abroad.
海外か。それもいいかもしれませんね。
You must really hate community college, huh?
別に嫌いなわけじゃないです。ただ、周りはバカばかりで、とてもつまらない。レベルが低いっていうか。
Admittedly, Gretel had a bit of a superiority complex. But it didn't really bother me. Gotcha. Well, if you make it into my university, we can go to the same school together. And we can spend even more time with each other.
そうですね。
Just let me know if there's anything I can do for you, okay?
はい。
Hey! Our family was a little abnormal, sure, but in my opinion, we were doing just fine. I was so sure it would last forever. Until the day it all came crashing down. On that fateful day, an incident occurred at Gretel's community college. The victim was a student at Gretel's school. And the perpetrator was Gretel? Eh? After school, the two of them got into a scuffle, and the other boy was injured so badly he needed stitches. Then a meeting was called to discuss Gretel's punishment. The result, suspended for 2 weeks. Our parents decided to have Gretel temporarily isolated in order to undergo a psychological evaluation.
嫌だ！離せ！離せよ！
Yikes, what's going on, bro?
いいから来るんだ。
嫌だ！行きたくない！
Gretel?
姉さん、助けて！僕を助けてください！
Going on? Roshu confined Gretel to a separate, smaller house elsewhere. Roshi, why would you lock him up? I was completely against it. I didn't see the need for any solitary confinement. I was sure Gretel could recover just fine at home. What? Yeah, for real, like, suddenly. God, this reminds me of a movie. What movie is this dramatic?
今のあいつには必要な措置だ。
Please let me see him.
ダメだ。 今はあいつが落ち着くまで待つんだ。安心しろ。あそこには必要なものは全て揃っている。
No matter how I pleaded, Ryoshi refused to listen. I wanted to get a look at Gretel's living arrangement for myself, but Ryoshi refused to let me inside. There was nothing I could do. Gretel had asked me to help him, yet I couldn't. Oh, it's this room. But in the other way, it's just reversed. Why did they flip the image? You think I wouldn't notice? When I finally saw Gretel again 1 week later, he was completely emaciated. No, poor baby. For the first few days of isolation, he had refused to eat or drink anything. Gretel, is there anything you need? Anything I can do for you?
いえ、特にありません。
Gretel. Don't cry, okay? I'm here for you.
姉さん。
I can't say it's very good though. It would just spoil it. I see. Okay. Let me know someday then if you have the time. If you're here again when I finish the route. I wanted to console him. Put a smile back on his face. Protect you, I promise. After that, Gretel was released from his confinement, and I hovered over him more than ever before. As his 2-week suspension came to an end, I walked him to and from school each day and reduced his responsibilities as much as possible. Fortunately, he returned home in high spirits, and we went back to life as usual. On the surface, anyway. His relationship with Roshi had soured even further. The point that simply being in the same room was enough to ruin Gretel's mood. Other thing had changed too. He had stopped asking me for help with anything. Oh, that's so sad actually! What was I supposed to do? At last I understood. This wasn't just any cabin. It was Gretel's isolation cell. Should have realized it sooner. Why didn't I realize it sooner?
起きましたか？よく眠りますね。
Through my hazy vision, I could see Gretel standing there, holding a bright white plate. Had to stream. You were there, and I... Gretel pressed his index fingers to my lips. At his prompting, I fell silent. He confirmed that I was done talking. He sat down on the bed and started cutting up the pancake on his plate.
はい、どうぞ。
He stabbed a forkful of it and held it up to my mouth. Eat the pancake? Yes. Sleepily, I opened my mouth and took the bite.
いい子ですね。
He stroked my hair. And he gently fed me another bite, and another, and another. Almost like he was nursing a battered baby bird back to health. After I finished my food, Gretel cleared away the dirty dishes. I sat up and looked out the window, or tried to, but the curtains were drawn. Hey, Gretel?
何ですか、姉さん。
Did you kiss me that one time?
あの時って？
You know, when I was resting my head on your lap.
ああ、あの時のことですか。あれは。
Fell silent for a moment, then pulled me into a hug.
暴れないんですね。
Why would I? I'm not opposed to it. Despite the circumstances, I was still receiving a hug from my crush. He drew his lips to my ear and whispered.
僕に抱きしめられて嬉しいですか？
Yes. Yeah?
変態。
I accidentally sprayed spit onto Gretel's face.
汚いな。
Me? Pervert? I was so flustered I couldn't even form a coherent sentence.
弟の僕に抱きしめられて嬉しいって。しかも、こんな状況でよく言えるなぁと、姉さんのその神経の図太さに感心しました。
You started it! My voice escalated to a scream. I wanted to push him away, but he refused to budge. Instead, I flailed my legs, but he just pinned them down with his own.
そうでした。僕が姉さんを閉じ込めてるんでした。つまり、僕はド変態ってことですね。
Let out an affable chuckle, but this was no laughing matter.
けど、
Suddenly he lowered his voice.
兄弟でも何でもない他人が
Oh, you
抱
know.
きしめ合ってるのってどうなんでしょうね。
You're finally talking about this? I froze, eyes wide. I couldn't speak. My lips trembled, but no words came. Felt like his icy gaze had turned me into stone. A long moment passed as we gazed into each other's eyes. Then, at last, I found my voice. You knew?
そりゃもちろん。
His tone was casual.
ついでに、姉さんが僕のことを好きだってことも知ってます。もちろん、恋愛的な意味で。
I would have just died if my crush ever just, by the way, I know you like me. I would just, on the spot, I would run away. I turned and dove under the blanket, pulling it up over my head. The Gretel yanked it right back off me.
姉さん、こっちを向いてください。
Curled into a ball and shook my head.
どうしてですか？
I'm sorry.
なんで謝るんですか？
Come to think of it, maybe it was silly to apologize. If anything, he should apologize to me. But my apology was a gut reaction.
僕の顔を見てください。
Can't. Answered in a tiny voice.
僕に可愛い姉さんの顔を見せてください。
Spoke softly like he was consoling a child.
僕を見て。
This time he spoke sharply, commanding me. But I still refused. Leave me alone. Grabbed my shoulders and turned me in his direction. Then he cupped my chin and tilted my face up.
なんでキスしたかって？
So
そりゃ姉さんを特別扱いしたからですよ。
there's a lot of suggestive positions in this route, huh?
あなたを甘やかしたかったんです。僕のことを好きならキスされたら嬉しいだろうなってサービスです。特別扱いの特別は恋愛感情だった。姉さんは隠し方が下手なんですよ。それともあのあからさまな態度の数々はわざとですか？常々そういうところがムカつくなって思ってたんです。姉さんのことは基本的には尊敬してますし大好きですが、そういうところは大嫌いです。僕が言わずとも大体のことは察してくれるくせに、なんでそういうところだけは徹しきれないんだろうって。僕だって何度も何度も姉さんを愛そうと思いましたよ。
So weird. Wow, no fair. I'm just, I ruined. What do you mean ruined? How has it not been ruined? And why is this the breaking point for you? I don't understand.
いや、違う。愛してはいるんです。僕は姉さんを愛してる。しようと思えばキスもできるしセックスだってできる。
Bro, it's insane. He actually said the word. My stream, my poor stream. Don't just gasp, girl. Girl, Miss Girl. Oh my god. Let out a small shriek as he. Oh my. I'm not reading that out. I'm not reading that out. I let out a small shriek as he touched me over my clothes.
僕は姉さんが好きです。
Don't smile like that.
姉さんを愛しています。
Don't smile like that while you're grabbing my boobs. What the fuck, dude? Ah, he keeps calling you sister, right? It's so gross. I'm really not into the sibling love trope, even though it's adopted. It's just no.
別に恋人になったって何もおかしくはない。誰も非難しない。誰も咎めない。
Calling the police? No! Also, welcome! Hi. Don't call the police. I didn't do anything. It's him.
だって僕たちは血がつながっていないんですから。
And stop calling me sister, please?
でもダメなんだ。ダメなんですよ。姉さんだってわかるでしょ。
And stop getting on top of me, bro. Pick a side. What? I'm gonna play Harvest Moon and just cleanse my entire soul after this round. I felt a drop of liquid hit my cheek. Why are you crying? I don't... Okay, look. I'm not into siblings love. And I do think this is weird as fuck. But like, you're adopted. It's fine. Just get together then if you want. It's fine. Oh, why does it have to be so dramatic that you're capturing me and you're pinning me down and you're grabbing onto me and like you're crying? Like, it's not that big of a deal. You know? Why must I read this out? And when I opened my eyes, I found Gretel above me crying.
姉さん。
Oh look, his teeth are so cute. Like the little canines. Like, dude, chill out. Just stop calling her sister and it would be way less weird than it is right now.
僕は姉さんだけには捨てられたくない。
I'm gonna cry. Let out my 24th sigh of the day.
どうしたんすか？ため息ばっかついて。らしくねえっすよ。いつものおちゃらけたアリスちゃんはどこ行ったんすか？
Wolfie shook my shoulders, derailing my train of thought.
あれ？てか珍しい。すぐに帰らねえんすか？グレーテルの野郎を迎えに行くんじゃねえんすか？
Decided I'm not going to do that anymore.
へえ？
His eyes widened as he murmured in surprise. I paused my contemplation and decided to have Wolfie answer a question on behalf of the entire male gender. Do guys kiss girls they aren't interested in?
できる！
He grinned from ear to ear. Okay, Wolfie. Okay then. I didn't feel like making any catty quips, so I let it go. It didn't represent all men, just the horny wolves. Thus, it was a mistake to ask him in the first place. I love him. He's so funny. I love him so much. After Wolfie and I went our separate ways, I thought long and hard about last night. Why did Gretel do that? Last night, while I was resting my head in his lap, he leaned down and kissed me. It was on the forehead, girl. It's fine. It's very familial. What did it mean? Then again, he just gave me a little peck on my eyelids at most. Any family member would do that. The thought made my heart ache, and I abruptly stopped and crushed down into a ball right where I was. Do family members kiss each other's foreheads? Maybe in other countries. Surely there's no way this could be taken as a platonic kiss anywhere in the world, even between family. It's a forehead kiss. What do you mean? Suddenly, I couldn't see myself kissing anyone except someone I was in love with. Just as I hit size 25,
お姉さん
again? It was the gang of delinquent boys from yesterday. The way they sneered at me set me on edge. Can I help you? I rose to my feet and looked around. School was out for the day, and there were plenty of students around. Confident that they wouldn't try to pull anything, I donned a smile.
ちょっとあんたの弟のことで話があるんだけど一緒に来てくれない
Sorry, but I'm busy. As I tried to walk past them, however, one of them grabbed me by the arm.
ちょっとこっちに来てよ
It was the leader guy I had messed with. Stop. I scowled at him in disgust. Keep this up and I'll make a scene.
出せばその代わりあいつがどうなっても知らねえけどな
He who?
あんたの弟だよあ弟でもなんでもなかったっけ
What did you do to him? I yanked my arm out of his grasp.
別に何もな
All exchanged a glance. What did you do? I repeated myself more firmly this time as I stared directly into their eyes.
もういろいろと分かってるだろうけどさ俺たちあんたの弟にムカついてんだよねだからちょっとばかり痛い目見てもらおうと思って呼び出したんだでちょっとボコったら泣いて謝ってあんたの名前呼んでんの
That's definitely not something he would do.
今俺らの仲間があんたの弟を可愛がってるよほらこれが証拠
On a small rectangular phone screen, I could see a guy who looked like Gretel getting kicked in the gut. It was dark, and I couldn't get a good look at his face, but he appeared to be tied to a tree. Each time they kicked him, he let out a painful groan and shouted, "Sister!" He's in the forest? The closest forest is by the lake. At this, one of the boys sent a startled look my way, and I took this to mean I was right. Someone... Taser? Bruh. Right as I started to shout, however, I heard the crackle of electricity, and a sharp pain rushed along my spine.
静かにしなよ別に俺たちだってあんたを無理やり連れて行きたいわけじゃないんだ
Someone moved around behind me and pressed something hard against my back. My whole body broke out in a cold sweat as my heart pounded in my chest. I kept a straight face to conceal my internal panic. What are you planning to do with me once we get there?
別に何もただ可愛い弟を迎えに行ってやらないとね姉さん
I'm not your sister.
それはあいつもだろうあいつは全部知ってるよあんたが実の姉どころか義理の姉ですらないってことも自分とは全くの他人なんだって
I really hate it when they do this because, like, if you grew up together and, like, you consider each other siblings, your siblings. Just because you don't have any blood relations doesn't mean you're not family. It's called found family. It's a very good trope. Bro, lol, this escalated quick. It's been, like, at peak this entire time. The start of the route is us finding out that we're tied up in a cabin. I don't think it's been going down at all. Like, the stakes just been high all the time. It's been a really weird route. So what? The icy sneer fell from his face and he raised his eyebrows. Evidently, he wasn't expecting me to be so unruffled. Meanwhile, I was debating whether to start shouting again. As I looked around, I made eye contact with several passerby on the street. But the delinquents glared at them until they left. I joined so late, it's okay. It's just crazy the whole time. Essentially, to catch you up, our boy Gretel is our little brother, and we found ourselves tied up in a cabin because he kidnapped us. And then there was a thing where we got the chance to run away. We didn't. We stayed there happily. And so far, it's just like flashbacks back and forth, like back before he kidnapped us, like right now, and what happens actually in captivity. So yeah, that's his route. This was very clearly a trap. But I couldn't just let these thugs beat Gretel black and blue. Fine, I'll go with you. Now, where are we going? I had a bad feeling about this, but I didn't have a choice. Now that I had agreed, one of them grabbed me by the arm again. Relax, I don't need you to escort me. I'm not going anywhere. As I shook them off, someone let out a whistle. Just then, my cell phone started to ring inside my book bag. Someone shoved me from behind and I stumbled forward. Then the leader took my phone out of my bag and powered it off.
これは没収ね。
As I walked, I began to drop the items from my bag one by one, being as quiet as possible so they wouldn't notice. You can't drop like items that you bring in daily life quietly, you know? Like, what are you going to do? Drop a wallet? It's gonna make a sound. I like the callback to Hansel and Gretel though, but yeah, a little forceful. It was a risky move, but this way if something happened to me, perhaps someone could follow the trail to my location. Delinquents brought me to the deserted part of the forest. The sun had already set, and the branches blocked out any remaining light until I could scarcely walk without a flashlight. My brain was screaming at me not to go any further, but with my captors on all sides, I was blocked in. Besides, I couldn't leave until I made sure Gretel was alive. I came to an abrupt stop, and the guy behind me crashed into me. Where is he? Answer me, the boys all pointed their flashlights at the base of one particular tree. There someone who looked like Gretel was tied to the tree, just as I had seen in the video. He appeared to be unconscious. Are you okay? I dashed up to him and peered into his face. That was when I discovered that he wasn't Gretel at all. No shit. This was a trap. I tried to bolt, but someone grabbed me and tried to put me in a full Nelson. What is a full Nelson? Like a wrestling move? Summoning all of my strength, I pushed him away as hard as I could. I attempted to use the window of opportunity to get away, then Gretel stood up and grabbed my arm. No! Desperate to break free, I used my other hand to punch him, but the other guy, the one I shoved, yanked my hair and slammed me to the ground. Sharp pain made me grunt. But I had no time to lose, and during the pain, I tried to get up, only to get the wind knocked out of me as someone kicked me in the gut. Unable to bear it, I collapsed face down on the ground. Then someone yanked me up by the hair, raising my head.
暴れんじゃねえよ。
The sadistic grin, the boy slapped me across the face. Sharp impact across my cheek knocked me back to the ground. Fear had taken over my mind. I started to tremble. For the first time, I realized I'm going to die. Someone help me! I screamed as loud as I could, but my body was shaking too hard to produce much of a sound. The laughter echoed through the forest. I tried to crawl away from them on my hands and knees.
おっと、逃がさねえよ。
Ah! Grabbed me by the collar and flung me onto my back. And someone shone a flashlight into my eyes, blinding me. Stop! But my desperation only seemed to further fuel their sadistic desires, because things start to escalate. I tried to back away, but the leader straddled my legs, pinning me in place. No, not more assaults! Stop it, you asshole! I tried to pin my arms down, so I dug my nails in. He quickly pinned my wrists together with one hand. Next, he reached for my mouth. I bit his hand as hard as I could. He was telling me that if I didn't fight back, they were going to make me wish I was dead.
てえな、この甘。
Sparks flew behind my eyelids. Leader had grabbed me by the collar and punched me in the face. I felt a warm liquid trickling out of my nose, and I realized I was bleeding. My vision pitched sideways and my consciousness started to fade. But I bit my lip and used the pain to keep myself awake. A taste of copper spread inside my mouth.
昨日は散々俺をコケにしてくれたよな。
Later reached the hand under my top. Ugh! Wanted to scream, but could only manage a groan. I tried to resist by flailing my limbs, but he was far stronger than I was. At this point, there was nothing else I could do. No matter what cunning plot I came up with, I couldn't put it into action. Goosebumps pricked up my arms as his warm breath brushed my neck. See his brightly dyed hair bobbing up and down. No, for real, I don't know what's going on. Like, actually, I closed my eyes and tried my best to shut out reality. I'm gonna put a trigger warning on my live stream, actually. I don't like this.
やめろ!
Oh, okay. All of a sudden, a voice rang out. I opened my eyes and squinted against the blinding bright light.
行くぞ!
At his command, he and the rest of his gang took off running.
大丈夫ですか?
The owner of the voice came running over to me, bringing his light with him. Well,
私です。赤ずきんです。
oh, Red Riding Hood! Red! As I sat up, I could feel aches and pains all over my body. I crouched down and put a hand on my shoulder for support. Unlike those delinquents, his touch didn't trigger visceral disgust.
どこか怪我は?
He took one look at my face and stared, wide-eyed.
大変だ。すぐに病院に行きましょう。立てます。
Sorry. Hanging my head, I reached out and clutched at his Red Riding Hood.
ミス・アリス。
My body was still shaking. After a brief moment of hesitation, he gently put his hand on mine.
安心してください。もうあいつらはいません。何かあっても、私があなたを守ります。
The nightmare was over, and I was saved. The dam burst, and tears poured down my face.
しっかりしてください。とりあえず、服を。そうだ、これをどうぞ。
He pulled off his riding hood and put it on me. The vision was now blocked with scarlet, but I could still feel his arm around me. After that, Red escorted me home. This was horrible. Like, they really didn't have to put that in. I feel like... Yeah. He tried several times to convince me to go to the hospital, but I didn't listen. I only wanted to go home. When we arrived at my house, no one was there. With Red's blessing, I went straight to the bathroom and took a shower. The steam made my scrapes sting, but I didn't care. I wanted to be clean again. Warm water washed all the dirt and grime away. After I finished my shower, I put on some clean clothes and returned to the living room. There I found Red waiting with the first aid kit.
そこに座っていてください。とりあえず、傷を手当てしないと。
Okay. I sat in the chair as instructed.
頬の腫れは氷嚢を用意したので、これをしばらく当ててください。
He handed me the makeshift ice pack. Then he opened the first aid kit and took out some disinfectant and gauze. Gauze?
触っても良いですか?
Yes, you may. With my consent, he took my hand.
痛くないですか?
No, I'm okay. He took my other hand and raised both my arms straight up into the air.
痛みは?
No. Slowly rotated my arms, occasionally pausing to ask me about any pain.
腕は擦り傷だけのようですね。
Next, he examined my legs, and so on and so forth. What a gentleman. Red is a very sweet boy. I liked his route. It was a bit boring and kind of weird, but I liked it. He's a good boy. She needs to go to the hospital. I get why she doesn't want to, though. Like, after a scary experience, you kind of just want to go home, no? Like, logically, yes, she should go to the hospital, but I understand why she chose not to. Now that I think about it, how did you find me anyway? He averted his gaze as he knelt before me.
たまたまあなたの持ち物が落ちているのを見つけて嫌な予感がして追ってきたんです。それに森の中は私の得意分野ですし。
Oh, I see.
あれはわざとあなたがやったんですよね。
Yeah.
傷ついたあなたに今言うべきことではないのかもしれませんが、そこまで分かっていながらなぜ彼らについていったんですか。何をされるのか予想がつかなかったわけではないでしょう。男は皆狼なんです。間一髪間に合ったからよかったものの。
I tell from the tone of his voice that he was sincerely concerned for me. I know. I'm sorry. Despite my apology, I didn't actually regret going with... Girl... Even... I don't like the heroine. I really, really don't. Like, there should be a line, I think, where... that you should draw. Like, this is such a bad example. Like, I don't know. Like, she should be more concerned of herself. I really don't like the way they're just like, oh yeah, she's just like this. She's just so nice. She just loves someone so much she can't. Like, no, still, like, have some self-respect, bro. Like, just, no. If there was a 1% chance of healing him, I would take any risk, even if it put my life in jeopardy. That was just the kind of girl I was. Nah, I don't like that. I should have taken steps to hedge my bets, as it were. After that incident, I now knew that I didn't stand a chance against multiple armed attackers. You think? You think? In exchange for that knowledge, I merely had to endure some pain and fear and shame. Thinking about it that way made it a little easier to be. Is she fucking stupid? Like, of course. Who can't? Like, the normal person cannot. Multiple armed attackers. What makes you think you can?
すみません。脅されれば誰だって怖いですよね。それなのに配慮のない発言をしてしまいました。
Thank you, Red. No, you're right. No, it's the... You can't just blame yourself. Sorry for scaring you, and thank you for saving me. I do not like this part at all. Yeah, like, the way they're trying to justify putting in the scene is so bad. Horrible. I smiled weakly. Red looked up at me for a moment, then pulled his hood low over his eyes.
Yeah.
Ugh, MC, for real! The writing.
顔を見たいので、しばらくの間、目をつむっていてもらってよいですか?
As requested, I closed my eyes. And I heard Red heave a sigh of relief.
触りますよ。
Okay. Pulled the ice pack away from my face and gingerly touched my wound.
痛いですか?
Feels like it's throbbing a little. Or thinks she's Chris? Chris who? Next he checked my lower eyelids, then my upper eyelids.
幸い、目は傷ついてないようですね。私の声は正常に聞こえますか? 耳鳴りなどしていませんか?
No, I can hear you.
鼓膜も異常なしと。とりあえず、目立った外傷は顔の傷と手のひらと足のかすり傷のようですね。
He grabbed the gauze and disinfectant off the table and set about patching me up.
他にどこか痛いところはありますか？
No, but I got kicked in the stomach. When I stripped down from my shower, I had noticed a bright red bruise there. Want to see?
いえ、いいです。
Cute. Blushing beet red, he hastily declined. I burst out laughing. Being with Red helped me forget all about that miserable experience. He looked at me curiously. What?
いえ、意外と元気そうと言いますか。
Aw, yes, he's a very cute boy. He's my favorite thus far. Though, to be honest, he doesn't have much of a... Like, the others don't really have much of a fighting chance. Gretel is, as you can see, crazy. Cinderella is okay, but I hated his ending so much. So, yeah. In response, I spoke with a tone of forced cheer. Well, I can't change the fact that it happened. All I can do now is accept it, get over it, and start planning for the future. He probably sees so many red flags. He knows she's insane. Besides, you scared them away before they could do anything really awful. Normally, this is the part where I would wink playfully, but with my swollen cheek, I knew it wouldn't have the desired effect. Fred looked at me intently for a moment, then dropped his gaze to the floor.
あなたは強いですね。ですが、無理はしないでください。あなたは確かに人より強いのかもしれませんが、か弱い女性でもあるのですから。
Seems kind of contradictory. I snickered, but I knew he was only trying to be compassionate in his own way. Thank you, Ren. After I expressed my gratitude yet again, he returned to his examination. As he applied the gaze to my cheek, I decided to ask him something that was on my mind. Come to think of it, do you know those boys?
近所の不良学生ですよね。森の中で隠れてタバコを吸っていたり、酒を飲んでいるのを目撃したことがあります。
I see. Maybe that was their hangout spot. Red furrowed his brow at me.
まさか復讐しに行くつもりでは。
No, don't worry. I won't do anything dangerous. I denied it with a smile, but Red's serious expression didn't waver. I donned a serious expression of my own. This guy seems to have a bone to pick with Gretel.
グレーテルとですか？
Have you heard anything?
いえ。彼は頭が良いですし、そういった輩と付き合うとは思えません。
Yeah?
ですが、以前彼が起こした暴行事件。
I sank deep into thought. If these two things were connected, then perhaps Gretel's victim was a member of this delinquent gang.
ミス・アリス、あまり気にしない方がいい。
Who can I talk to learn more about these punks?
ミス・アリス、
Reprimanded me sharply.
あなたはひどい目に遭ったばかりでしょう。そういうことは警察に任せて、あなたはしばらくは何も考えず。
The police? The realization hit me. You have to file a report about this, don't you?
当たり前です。彼らがやったことはれっきとした犯罪行為です。ですが、とりあえずまずは病院に。
Honest? How bad is my face?
は？
Is it super obvious I got punched in the face?
それは。
He hesitated. When I saw my swollen face in the bathroom mirror, it made me want to cry. Honestly, I didn't even want Red to see me like this. But crying wouldn't fix anything. I couldn't change the past, I could only plan for the future. I grabbed Ren's arm and begged him. If you see Gretel, please don't tell him what happened, okay? I don't want him to know.
なぜですか？彼が事件に関係があるとあなた自身分かっているはずでは。
That's exactly why. Before I knew it, I was rambling. If he finds out they hurt me, there's no telling what he might do. Like you said, Gretel has a bit of a checkered past, and if he acts out again, he might not be able to redeem himself. He wants to go to the same college as me, and if he causes another incident, they might not accept him. So please, whatever you do, don't tell Gretel a single thing about what happened today. Eventually, Red gave in to my pleading.
それはわかりましたが、あなたはこの先どうするつもりですか？
For now, I'm going to keep my distance from Gretel until my injuries heal. After all, one look at me and he'll instantly know something bad happened.
どこに行くつもりですか？
I started to say Ryoshi's house, then changed my mind. I'll get a hotel room or something. Lucky for me, we have a lot of those in this town. Then I'll have mom and dad tell Gretel that I left to stay with them in the city for a while.
彼は信じるでしょうか？
Won't matter if he believes it, I'll already be gone. And if he calls my phone, he'll know that I'm okay.
学校はどうするんですか？
I won't be able to attend class for a while, but it hardly matters at this stage. My main priority is keeping this hush-hush. Now that I was committed to a plan of action, I couldn't just sit around. I left Red in the living room and ran upstairs to my bedroom. I came straight home in order to avoid making a huge scene, but that was a mistake. The longer I stayed, the more likely I would run into Gretel. I flung some clothes into my suitcase at random, then headed out of my room.
姉さ
Oh no.
ん、なんで？
When I opened the door, Gretel was waiting for me on the other side.
その顔、どうしたんですか？
His expression was stiff. Oh, this? I tripped and fell. I purposefully replied in a jokey, light-hearted tone.
誰にやられたんですか？嘘だ。
No, I'm not.
姉さん！
He snapped sharply. It's nothing, okay? I put my arms around him to console him.
姉さん。
There's nothing to worry about. But Gretel grabbed my shoulders and pushed me away. His eyes were narrowed piercingly. My body froze in fear. Gretel? Wordlessly, he grabbed me by the arm and dragged me back into my room. Gretel, wait! Ah! Oh, I don't understand why this route has so many sexual harassments. Swear to God, it's pissing me off. Genuinely. Did they think this is cute? It's not cute. Then he pushed me down on the bed and started prodding at all the areas where Red had patched me up. My cheek, my arms, my palms, and lastly my thighs. Every time he touched a sore spot, my body shivered. Ah!
やっぱり何かされたんですね。
Gretel, why? I don't know. I guess they just think, oh, this is gonna make him look so dominant and sexy. It's really not.
頬がひどく腫れてる。それに手足も擦り傷だらけだ。
It's okay, I tripped and hit the doorknob trick. The only... She fell down the stairs. I feel like it's more likely considering her arms and legs are also scraped.
手首にもうっすらと手の跡が残ってる。それ。
I hate this route. I genuinely hate this route. They did not need to make it like this. Okay, I really feel like they did not need it. They're just doing this to be edgy. I swear. Without hesitation, Gretel hiked up my top. As I felt the air against my skin, goosebumps broke out all over my body.
全部誰かに殴られた跡だ。
He ain't going to college now. I don't know. Miss Girl is not gonna report him for anything. She loves him so much, too much for that.
されたんですか？
No?
誰かにレイプされたんですか？
Oh my fucking god. I denied it at the top of my lungs. I wasn't. I'm fine. I agree with you fully. This is so invasive. Yeah, like... It's so triggering. Like, I don't have any experience with this, but even I'm feeling wildly uncomfortable. Like, I feel like it's more like to make it edgy rather than actually trying to put, you know, more light, shed more light into the issue, to talk about the issue. It's really done in a very poor taste kind of way. They didn't make it easy to digest at all. Maybe this game's just bad. No, I hear it gets really good in episode 3 though. I already bought them all and I'm so curious. And I actually like the guy we can go to, like, last, which is like 4 more routes away. But I heard that starting from episode 3, it's good. Just the episode 1 and 2 are eh. I'm already in too far.
なら何をされたんですか。なんで姉さんがこんな目に遭わなければならなかったんですか。
Don't say that. I'm not saying that.
自業自得って何ですか。優秀な姉さんが自業自得なんてそんなことあるわけない。
I'm not as perfect as you think I am, Gretel.
なんで僕には言ってくれないんですか。赤ずきんさんには言ったんですよね。あの人には言えて僕には言えない理由って何ですか。
It's not that.
何が違うんですか。僕のせいですか。僕のせいで姉さんがこんな目に。だから姉さんは。
No.
なら言ってください。僕のためを思うなら誰に何をされたか正直に言ってください。
I knew I was trapped. Nevertheless, I lied without batting a lash. On my way home, a stranger tried to pull me into their car, but Red rescued me.
本当に。
Yes.
ならなぜすぐに警察に行かなかったんですか。それに病院にも。
We could have been raising hot guys in the HM. Bro, I'm playing Sunshine Islands after this route. I cannot take back-to-back yandere. At least the yandere I would be playing the route of in Steam Prison. It's actually a very good layered yandere. I actually like him. So we have that going for us, which is nice. But yeah, after this, I need a break from these dark fucking games, man. I'll go insane. I did. See? I'm all patched up. I like Vaughn, the cowboy boy, and Will, was it the rich boy? Yeah. I gestured to the bandages Red had applied for me.
嘘だ。
No, I.
救急箱にあったガーゼと消毒液が減っていました。嘘をつかないでください。
Hung his head and started to tremble. Gretel. His tears fell onto my chest. Actively, I reached out to touch his cheek, but instead he kissed the back of my hand.
姉さん、姉さん、姉さん。
This is so weird.
姉さん。かわいそうな姉さん。こんなにボロボロにされて。痛かったですよね。怖かったですよね。なのに。僕が助けてあげられなくてごめんなさい。
At least Eguchi Takuya is like a really good voice actor, right? We can at least appreciate the voice.
姉さん。
Pulled me tight against his chest and began to sob. Would it hurt my wounds? Back of my throat burned like it was on fire, as did the corners of my eyes. But I fought desperately to contain my tears. Couldn't let myself be weak in front of him. After a long embrace, Gretel slowly pulled away. His eyes were red and puffy.
姉さん、これを食べてください。
Ah, this is when he's gonna kidnap me,
嫌
huh?
な思い出を消してしまいましょう。
His voice actor is amazing. Ah, you should have seen Steam Prison. Ah, the guy who voices Finn, the guy I'm talking, like the route I'm going to take next. Ah, amazing. Gretel. Cobb? What is KOB? Steam Prison Mogs? TXA by a mile. Yeah, I agree. For VA, I agree. Like, the emotion they put in Steam Prison is like on a whole other level. I am like so into it. Especially, especially for Adage's route. Yes, I am biased, but Adage's route and the way Finn is portrayed is so good. Next thing I knew, Gretel was holding a jar in his hands. As the tears rolled down his face, he smiled and opened the lid. I slowly shook my head. I couldn't escape. I was still pinned down beneath him.
大丈夫です。少しの間、眠っていてもらうだけですから。
And with that, he popped a few star candies into his mouth and kissed me. Huh. Don't moan, babes. Weird. How long are you gonna tongue me? Holy shit! I tried to pull away, but he wedged my lips open with his tongue and pushed the candy in. Gretel. A long, long kiss followed, and by the time we finally came up for air, a string of saliva hung between our lips. Gretel is like begging for a sister complex. I think he already has it. He's not even begging for it anymore. He just has it. Shown seductively, provocatively, and despite the circumstances, it was enough to set my body aflame, girl. Evidently, Gretel felt the same way, but somehow I could see darkness in those damp eyes and flushed cheeks. Stop calling me sister, at least. At least call me by my name. It's so fucking weird. After that, he administered his medicine again and again.
姉さん、すみません。
My
僕
god.
たちは兄弟なのに、こんなことして。でも、今日だけは特別です。特別なこと、好きでしょ?
My mind started to go fuzzy as an intense wave of drowsiness washed over me.
大丈夫。そのまま眠気に身を沈ませていれば、今日あったことも全部夢だと思うようになりますよ。これは嫌な夢、悪魔が見せた悪い夢です。目が覚めたらまた一緒に楽しく暮らしましょう。
He gave me one last peck on the lips. Then the jar slipped out of his hands. Red, blue, green, yellow. A rainbow of colors scattered all over the bed and floor as if the room had transformed into Candyland. Gretel left me there and ran out of the house. I could barely think straight, but I chased after him nonetheless. At one point, I stuck a finger down my throat and tried to clear my stomach. Ugh. Tried again and again, but nothing came up. Tears flowed down my face and fell to the floor. I knew this would happen. And that was when my consciousness faded. So she knew he's a yandere from the start. Yoshi, I awoke in a hospital room. Is this a dream? Or is this real life?
おい、ユリカ、大丈夫か?
What happened?
連絡を受けて急いで帰ってきたら、お前が倒れているのを見つけてな。慌てて救急車を呼んだんだ。
Told you.
ああ、警察から電話がかかってきてな。近所の不良どもがお前を襲っていたという匿名通報があったと。
An anonymous tip probably came from Red. Must have called it in after he left my house. Where's Gretel?
家にはいなかった。おそらく、お前を襲った奴らに復讐しに行ったんだろう。お前に睡眠薬と興奮安薬をミックスして飲ませた。量を間違えれば危なかったぞ。
Where did he even get that?
とりあえず、お前はここでおとなしくしてろ。俺があいつを探し出す。
Yoshi, you haven't told...
まだ言ってねえよ。本当なら協力してもらうのが筋なんだろうが、事情が事情だしな。
Thank you. Wordlessly, Roshi stroked my hair, then got up and left the room. Battling with the pain and fatigue, I forced myself upright. I looked around for any helpful information. All I could tell was that I had spent close to 24 hours here in this hospital room. I had only been treated for my external injuries, no stomach pump that I could see. Outside the window, the sun was starting to set. I like this dude, but why no cops? Okay, so essentially, according to what I know from Taisho X Alice, is that there's like an overarching story. So like all these routes will combine and mean something. It's just that we don't know much about it until like maybe episode 3. That's why I'm sticking it out for the main plot and not for the boys. The boys are just eye candy, but they're all fucking weird. So I'm just sticking it for the plot. But yeah. I'm assuming there's a reason why we can't call the police. He needed to find Gretel before it got dark. That way we could go home together. Spurred forward by impulse, I jumped to my feet. Fucking idiot. Having managed to escape the hospital, I found myself wandering through the forest. Night had fallen, and all was dark. Distinctly bad feeling descended over me. Hurry, hurry. I have to find him before Yoshi does. I knew Roshi was only worried for our safety, but if he got to Gretel before I did, he would lock him up again. This time, it might actually destroy him completely. Just then, I caught a whiff of alcohol on the breeze. Alcohol? Uh-oh. But it wasn't just alcohol. There was an indescribably horrid stench mixed in as well. Came to a stop and overheard some voices. Male voices sniffling, and a very familiar laughter.
だから、もう殴らないって。知ってる？アルコール度数が高いお酒は、火がつけば燃えるんだってさ。試してみる？
See several figures deep in the woods. And a tiny orange light flared up, illuminating the very person I had been searching for. At his feet lay a group of youths, all of them bleeding heavily.
もうやめてください。許してください。ダメだ。悪魔。
悪魔はお前らの方だろ。姉さんを食べようとしたくせに。ゴミは焼却処分にしなくちゃいけないよね。
Oh god, he's like so bad. I can see now why this route is extremely controversial. I can see it.
死んで詫びろよ。
クソ野郎ども！
Stop! Just in the nick of time, I managed to wrap my arms around him from behind.
姉さん。
On closer inspection, I noticed Gretel was injured in a few areas too. Gretel, you're bleeding! At this, he donned a dashing smile and wiped his bloody cheek with his sleeve.
触らない方がいいですよ。こいつらの汚い血なんて触ったら、何を移されるか分かったもんじゃありませんからね。安心してください。もうすぐこの薄汚いゴミをまとめて焼却処分にしてあげますから。
That he moved to light his match. No! I snatched at the matchstick from behind him. It slipped out of his fingers and fell to the ground.
何をするんですか？もったいない。まあいいです。別にこれだけじゃありませんしね。
Pulled out another match. Please don't do this.
こんなこと？僕が姉さんのためにやっていることについてですか？気にすることはありません。姉さんに汚れ役をやらせるつもりはありません。
I'm sorry everyone, this is all my fault.
なんで姉さんが謝るんです？姉さんを傷つけたのはこの虫けらどもでしょ？
Kicked one of the delinquents lying at his feet. That's enough! I screamed at the top of my lungs. Enough already, just stop! If you go any further, he'll die.
は？別に死んだっていいじゃないですか。こんな社会のゴミ生きてたってどうせろくな大人になりゃしませんよ。己の欲望のままに行動していいことと悪いことの区別がまるでついてない。 生きる価値がないとはまさにこのことだ。
Silently, I shook my head. Tears streamed uncontrollably down my face.
なぜかばうんですか？こいつは姉さんを襲ったやつなんですよ。危うく姉さんはこいつらに侵されるところだったんですよ。姉さんの大事な体に傷をつけて心にも傷を負わせた。下手すれば一生残るかもしれなかったんですよ。
But I wasn't. I'm fine now.
僕は平気じゃない。姉さんを傷つけた奴らがこれからものうのうと生きてるってことに虫唾が走るんですよ。
I'm begging you, please, just stop. I just want to go home with you, and if you cross that line, I...
姉さん
Right as he slumped his shoulders in defeat.
グレーテル。
Suddenly, I felt the vibration of an impact against my arms as they clung to Gretel. I looked up to find that Ryoshi had seized Gretel by the collar, his eyes blazing.
何やってんだお前は。
Ryoshi! My beloved older brother had punched Gretel.
お前も何やってんだ。おとなしくしていろって言っただろうが。
I'd never seen Ryoshi this emotional in all my life. I shrank back.
叱るなら僕を。姉さんは僕のためにわざわざ怖い思いをしながら僕を追いかけてきてくれたんです。
Gretel,
グレーテル、お前自分が何をしようとしていたか分かってるのか。お前がやってることは人殺しだぞ。
分かってますよ。それがどうしたんですか？
どうしたって。
his matter-of-fact demeanor sent a chill down my spine. Likewise, Ryoshi seemed to be at a loss for words. Then, after a moment, he turned and approached the thugs on the ground.
とりあえず説教は後だ。おい、大丈夫か？しっかりしろ。
助けて。
今救急車を呼んでやる。全員息はあるみたいだな。
Delinquents had been rendered immobile, so Ryoshi tended to them as he prepared to call the hospital.
何やってるんですか？そんな奴ら放っておいたらいいじゃないですか。
そうはいくか。すみません、大至急救急車をお願いしたいのですが。はい、場所は。
あんたの妹を襲った奴らですよ。
だからといって暴力が許されるわけないだろう。お前がぶっ殺そうとしたこいつらにだって家族はいるんだよ。
家族なら僕は虫けら以下の存在だということですか？
Gretel,
だってそうでしょう。僕には家族がいないんですから。家族じゃないだなんて、そんなこと誰に言われなくても分かってましたよ。僕はあんたたちと違って優秀でも何でもない石ころだってことくらい。だからいろいろ頑張ってきたじゃないか。勉強だってスポーツだって。優秀なあんたたちに認められたくて今まで必死こいてやってきたんだよ。
グレーテル、
うるさいうるさいうるさい。
分かっていた。気づいていた。僕はあなたたちと違って優秀でもましてや天才でもない。勉強もスポーツも陰で努力をしながら今の地位を築き上げてきたんだ。ただ姉さんに追いつきたい一心で、姉さんと繋がっていたい一心で築き上げた理想の自分。なんでお前たちはそれをぶっ壊そうとするんだよ。姉さん、僕は姉さんにだけは捨てられたくない。僕を見捨てないでください。
He stood there, crying and covered in blood. I pitied him more than anyone else here. My actions had hurt him, and now they had caused him to hurt others. Stop blaming yourself! Holy shit, she's pissing me off! She's pissing me off so much. I could only think of one way to keep him from hurting even more. So I reached out and kissed him on the cheek. Girl, stop.
姉さん
I gently took him by the hand and took off running.
おいユリカグレーテル
OMG, no. I don't even know, man. This route is stressing me out. I didn't need any guideposts to find my way home. Because to me, that wasn't my home anymore. Two siblings were lost in the woods, with only moonlight illuminating their path. With no trail of breadcrumbs, they would never find their way home again. She didn't help anything for real.
このままどこへ行けばいいんでしょう
It's insane. Okay, I want to stop, but at the same time, I want to see what happens. Like, I'm really hungry. I want to stop, but I really want to see what happens. One more scene. I don't know. It'll still work out. I'm going to keep you safe.
姉さん
Then a black cat appeared out of nowhere, swishing her tail as she trotted deeper into the forest. Is she trying to guide us?
さあ
Every time we approached her, she ran off deeper into the woods. Ultimately, she led us to a small cottage. There, she paused to lunch on the roof for a moment, but when we walked up, she ran off again. What is this place? Oh. And so they arrived at the candy house. These routes were not written by a girly. No, for real, I agree. I think so. I think girlies were involved, but they are not the main head writers, you know? They have to follow a script and expand on it. I think that's what's happening. Gretel. One look at his tears and the fog cleared from my memories. His actions, my actions. He had thrown himself into the fires of hell just for me.
僕は姉さんにだけは捨てられたくないんです。僕を家に置いてくれた両親や兄にはどれだけ嫌われたっていい。でも姉さんだけは僕の手を離してほしくない。なのに僕は姉さんを見るたびに思うんです。ああ、なんて美味しそうなんだ。
あ、
食べてしまいたいって。
Ah. He devoured me. It would mean the end of our relationship as siblings.
姉さんは知らないでしょう。僕がずっとそんな風に思っていただなんて。それともずっと知っててわざとやってたんですか。ずるいですよね。
Bruh.
姉さんは
Don't victim blame me.
甘い匂いで人を誘っておいて食べたら危険だなんて、そんな残酷なことってありますか。姉さん、僕はあなたが食べたくてしょうがない。
Don't vomit when you go eat. No, for real. Like, this whole route is basically just like they're creating problems out of things that are not problems. Like, if they're actual siblings, then it would kind of make sense. But they're like, you're not even siblings. Like, you're not even blood related. Your parents don't care about you. You can literally like just move, and nobody would know that you're like adopted. You know, like, I just don't understand why it has to be this dramatic. Surely there's a better way. Like, I want to know what their train of thought was when designing this route, because I feel like it's very interesting to delve into, because like, which part was supposed to make us fall in love with him? Like, is there even one? Like, are they even trying to make us like him? Or not? Like, I'm just genuinely so curious. I wish I was in the room while they were shooting ideas out.
お腹が空いてたまらないんです。姉さん、僕を拒絶してください。僕とは血がつながっているから結ばれないんだって。姉さん、僕を諭してください。食べちゃダメだって。姉さん、姉さん、姉さん、僕を助けて。
Gretel, I was the one making him suffer. No, like, you guys are making each other suffer. Like, get a grip. This was my punishment for falling in love with the man who was supposed to be my brother. No. Okay. For the happy ending, don't eat me. You can't have me.
姉さん。
Don't give in to temptation, Gretel. Like, what? Like, what is going on? Like, we know this is literally his route. Like, stop going back and forth. Bro is pinning responsibility on his potential victim. Japanese siblings' image. I don't... Like, is this edgy? Like, do they think this is cool? I just don't understand. I want to know their train of thought so bad. Don't give in to temptation, Gretel. I'll be going hungry, same as you. As much as I crave that sugar, I'll hold myself back. And no matter what delicious food you prepare for me, if you're not having any, then neither will I.
姉さん。
Be whatever you want me to be. Girlfriend, a friend, a sister. Stop saying your siblings. Yeah, for real, like, pick a side. I'll promote myself to any piece on the chessboard. I'll craft your ideal version of me. And if you so desire, I'll give you all of me. Pick a side. Just pick one. What do you want to be? You're making this so complicated. You're my precious baby brother. Your family, Gretel, and I love you.
そうですよね。
I'm going insane.
姉さんを食べるだなんて。そんな恐ろしいこと。
Then his hands started to shake, and his breathing grew labored. Gretel, what's wrong? He hastily jumped out of bed and staggered into the kitchen. There he grabbed a certain jar I recognized all too well. That's...
これはあの人が僕にくれた僕専用のお菓子ですよ。これを食べると僕の病気が治るそうです。姉さんも知ってますよね。僕は病気なんだそうです。おかしな話ですよね。僕はこんなにも健康なのに。
He opened the lid, poured out a bunch of random colors, and popped them all into his mouth at once. You're supposed to take them one at a time, Gretel. And he's addicted too? But he ignored me and swallowed the whole rainbow.
何がダメかなんて僕だって分かっています。けど食べないと不安なんです。
Oh, Gretel.
姉さんも食べますか。これを食べれば少しは気分が落ち着きますよ。それともあの時みたいに僕が食べさせてあげましょうか。
Wildly shook my head.
やっぱり思い出したんですね。せっかく忘れさせてあげようとしたのに。
Then why remind me? What do you want? Oh my god. Okay, Cinderella's route was like this too. They keep going back and forth. Like, just get a grip. Don't prolong the route more than it needs to be. That's what you dosed me with? I looked at the jar.
はい。これは魔法のお菓子なんです。僕以外が食べ過ぎると記憶が混濁してしまうおかしなお菓子。はははは、おかしい。ほら、姉さん、笑ってくださいよ。
Huh? I let out a dry laugh. I'd always faintly suspected him of drugging me, and now here he was, admitting it flat out. I didn't really know how to feel about it.
怒らないんですか?
Bruh. You want me to be angry? He fell silent and averted his gaze. He's so sweet and naive. What? That's your takeaway from all of this? That he's so sweet and naive? That's... Yurika, you hurt my head hurts. I'm screaming too much. My head hurts. Dude, doctor said overdose equals death. No, for real though. Like, oh my god, my head hurts. No, I'm not angry. I'm the one who pushed you to do this. Sometimes intentionally, other times inadvertently. It's not like you brought me here against my will. I came here of my own volition. So what's there to get angry about? He was tying you up and muddling your memories. I think that's good enough reason to hate someone. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm the crazy one here. Maybe I should get my memories muddled.
姉さんはいつだって僕を甘やかすんですね。
Can't help it. I love you. This is so unhealthy. This game is promoting unhealthy relationships. If you get into a relationship, play Taisho X Alice and do the exact opposite of what it teaches you. Basically. Girl, you're right? It's frustrating. I'm frustrated.
だから僕はドロドロに溶かされる。姉さん、僕に甘えてください。僕を必要としてください。僕がいなければダメになってしまうくらいドロドロに僕に甘やかされてください。
Definition of toxic relationship. No, for real though. This is so unhealthy. I'm so frustrated. I'm like, girl, you know how like in bad endings in otome, sometimes the yandere locks you up. It's low-key kind of crazy. Like, it's interesting that they start his route by locking us up. You know, the thing that is usually a bad ending in other people's bad routes is instead his entire route, which is like a very interesting concept. It's very fresh. But why do you gotta make it like this? You know, I would appreciate it if it's just like a normal ass like yandere stuff. Like, add some layers to it that is not edgy, you know? Like, it could have been something really new, but no, they're just making it super fucking weird and uncomfortable. This is horrible. Fine by me. You can lock me up or do whatever you want with me. I'll love you no matter what. You know what? I think I'm getting too worked up. I have been yelling for quite a while, and I feel bad that you guys have to hear me complain a lot. So I think I'm gonna end it here. And the next time I play, maybe tomorrow, I'm not sure. I'll have to like check. Because again, in case you didn't know, I'm like currently not in a very good, like, currently it's not possible for me to stream as much as before because I have like some stuff going on. But I will stream whenever I can. But I think I can tomorrow. I don't know what time yet. I will, as always, post an announcement on my Discord server and schedule like the video when I know the time and comment under this video once I know when I can actually stream again. Thank you. But yeah, no, I'm also like getting lightheaded from like screaming and not eating enough. So I do need to stop because I still have to cook my rice. I haven't cooked my rice. I can't eat yet until like maybe an hour. But yeah, I need to do it before I pass out. But yeah, we'll be doing all of his endings tomorrow. And if we have enough time, I'll get started on Harvest Moon, Sunshine Islands. So I'll also have to download that game. I have a Discord? Yeah, I have a Discord. If you wanna come talk to me, if you wanna talk to me, I wouldn't mind that at all. There's like links under the description in my homepage on YouTube, I think. Yeah. But yeah, bye bye. Thank you so much. I had so much fun. Thank you so much, Night of Beauty and LV, for staying with me and yapping with me. I can't wait to finish the ending of this so I could just like close this round for good. But yeah, thank you so much. Bye bye.